Starting the stream.
Okay, I think I got everything that matters.
I don't think there's much news here.
Yeah, no, but I want to make sure I got it. So.
Yeah, that Spider-Man
Mod.
demons.
I know, that's great. Hiromi's
like-
New York
That's
vacation.
the only news we have, y'all. Spider-Man mod.
That was. I was like, this is why. we
It's not, but
PC.
It's the only news worth covering.
Hiromi's big day.
Yeah.
he deserves it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing everything that he wanted to do, so it was like, yeah, this is everything Hiromi wanted to be.
Alright.
It's too bad he couldn't do it in his own series until he lost the ability to turn into a Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
At
You know,
which
that's
point-
what he.
At which point
that's
he
what-
was shooting mooks like super mooks with arrows and actually killing them,
Because, you know.
Right.
which he could not have done in the suit. He could not have done.
Yeah, he was
could
out
not
here
have
jobbing in the crossover movie with Sybil, not Sybil. Yeah, Sable and Durin. Wow. Fodder. Anyway, let's continue.
Wait, what?
Crossover movie. ReVice. Saber.
Oh, you're Team Alaska getting bodied, right?
Yeah. Yeah! Alright, let's go. Welcome.
Hey, stream is live.
Welcome to episode 2 of season 2. I don't know what we're talking
Woo!
about. It's episode 3 of season 2, by the way. What's up? Welcome. Last week we talked Shiny and Thunder, and now we're going back to Kamen Rider. So say bye to giant robots for now. We'll be back again. The giant robots are awesome.
You're playing Gundam. Like the giant robots are still here.
No, I mean, you know what I mean. Toku Rider. Golly gee willikers, man.
Fine.
I don't even know what I was doing. Oh, right. I'm gonna just randomize right now. So anyway, we're gonna review ReVice because that ended. And
It ended last week. So
Dawn Brothers did
you had a
the-
week to watch the finale. If you didn't by now, then that's on you.
Also done kicking it off great with a
Woohoo!
So yeah, what's going on, man? How you living?
It's a Labor Day weekend, so I'm doing good.
Yeah, how you doing, Fred?
No work tomorrow.
I'm alive.
Oh man.
Everything going okay on your end, Echo?
Nope.
Hey, Blaze.
That's neither here nor there.
Wait, we doing Gundam?
Yeah.
Hey, Gundaming. Yes.
Oh, but wait, then you have Gundam then?
No.
No!
No. You
I still don't have Gundam.
Oh, okay.
It's fine if I don't play every week, Blaze. I'm okay. Calm down.
Okay.
Just
So just me, Frank, and Echo
yes,
then?
you're ignorant. Unless you. Yeah.
Unless the other Gundam guys decide to show up, which, let's be fair,
They will.
they'll probably show up.
I'm getting outgunned.
Alright. So,
So anyway.
want to start the news? Or-
Yeah, let's start the news because we're reviewing the rest of this. Let's do that.
There we are. Alright. Okay, just a fun bit of news, just so we have it on the podcast. Marvel Spider-Man is on PC now, and if you want to play a Kamen Rider game, someone made a Kamen Rider Demons mod for Spider-Man, so
Yeah.
get to
that's all
swing
the
around
news
New
we
York
need.
as Hiromi.
That's all the news we need, baby.
This is the untold story of what happened during that time when everyone thought he died, but he didn't actually die. He just went to New York and solved all their problems before coming back to Japan.
I believe it. It's canon.
Not it being okay. Canon.
Also, the same guy, I believe, did a Agito. If you know the game Seafood, they did one for that where you turn into Agito.
Nice.
I saw that one too.
Hold up.
Yes.
Why was I not told? I have Seafood. That game's rad.
Yeah, it is.
It's like getting punched in the nuts every 5 minutes, but it's
Well,
rad.
if you want to play as Agito, there's
do.
a mod for that.
Guess we know what Frag's doing on his stream.
All right. So there's that. That's a fun bit of news out of the way. Next up, it's Wizards 10th anniversary this year. Woohoo!
Get you an engagement ring, baby.
You can get a fancy engagement ring for the Wizard with Wizard logo on it. Actual jewels. So I assume anyway.
Didn't they
10th
release
anniversary.
the line for as well? Something?
Yep, 10th anniversary figure arts for him in the Kingoku Seiho line, so they're super premium line.
You know
As
what
like
that
a
means, right?
Re-release.
When you get down on that one Nina proposed to her.
Has like a
tell-
cloth cape, it's got a
tell
bunch of
you're gonna make
hands.
magic. And if she says yes, you gotta say it's true. The only logical explanation.
So they're doing, so far for the 10th anniversary, they're doing the base wizard form and then flame dragon. So the base flame form and
I
then
hate
flame
it
dragon
here.
form so far. After that, we got a bunch of Geeks news, or a bunch of Geeks merch that we got. They got, what is it? Spider Throne, Revolve Chain series. You can get the boxes that all the stuff comes in, but most importantly, you can freaking get the freaking zombie breaker, the chainsaw sword. I need that sword. That thing is sick.
Yeah, especially after watching that.
Especially after watching episode 1. In other Geeks news, the belt has come out, and we have hacks. I don't know if we want to cover the hacks for the belts, but we know some of the things that are going to be on the belts. Not everything,
I
but
ran out of time.
got Ninja, Beat, Monster. I don't know if any of those are like combo with each other, like Boost and Magnum do, but I'm still waiting on mine though, so not yet. All right.
Because I like ReVice, I have to freaking buy the belt now. I only do it for series.
I did get. I already have the. I do have the ReVice belt. I can talk about it later. Then last bit of Kamen Rider news is we got a Black Sun trailer. That actually gave us some story details this time around.
Yeah, man.
So, monsters are just in society, and they're apparently discriminated against because, you know, they're monsters.
Because humans were the real monsters all along.
Yes, exactly. Which that's the setup for the world of the new Black Sun series. Which, according to Frag's little comment earlier, does not match up with the manga like we thought it was. But
At all, yeah. No, I was getting strong manga vibes from the designs, but it's not. It's not. This is like Amazon's season 1.
Hopefully it's season 1 and not season 2. We shall see. We shall just have to see.
Don't jinx us, man.
I will try not to. Alright, and then we only have one little piece of Dawn Bros news, Super Sentai news. We got a leak! Gold Dawn Momotaro.
Yeah, he's getting powered up as if he wasn't already dummy busted. Man's his own Megazord. Now he's like, yeah, I'm gonna just get a power up now too.
It's all gold and shiny. I like it. He's got a cape too.
What? Did that miss?
But that's kind of Don Momotaro's whole point, is that he's busted. That's his whole character.
Yeah, he's dummy busted.
Always has been, always will be. That is unless you surprise attack him right after he gets out of the mech. Then apparently you can kill him.
Or just make him
Or his other weakness, right? His other weakness is women because he can't actually make a woman happy, apparently, or at least he's never done that. He can make Sonoy happy though, hopefully. He's got a boyfriend. All right. Yeah. Yes. I don't think there was anything Power Rangers wise. I don't think any like last minute news dropped at Morphin.
Nah.
So.
All that I forgot to talk about was just figures. Because of Lightning Blood, it was Time for Blue, Dino Thunder Yellow, a random monster that I don't care for, and I think a green? Is it green? No. It may have been. I just don't remember too well.
I wouldn't know. I didn't care. I don't care.
I mean, okay, but I didn't ask if you cared.
I'm giving an explanation for why I don't know.
There you go. Yeah.
To the audience. I'm not telling you. I'm telling the audience.
To the audience. This is about me right now. I have a trash bag on my mobile suit.
Oh.
No, trash bag is gone. Ugh.
I mean, it could be worse.
It could.
It could be like colored like bubblegum pink and blue.
I probably wouldn't know. Call me Huckleberry. Or Bazooka Squad.
Don't stop giving them idea, man. You just ask
No,
them.
because I'm gonna be Bazooka Joe.
I mean, Toei did it, so why not Gundam?
Hey, listen. I would probably say that myself.
I'll have you know we've got a long-standing grand tradition of important mechs being very pink. So
Yeah, no, because what if it's a Zaku? Greg's playing it off it.
it doesn't have to be a Zaku, as long as it's not a Gundam.
Yeah.
Gundam, they're totally overdone. Fucking hate that thing so much.
No, Turner.
I
I hate it.
actually can talk quickly about the game and stuff. Mafia's doing a 20-year-old thing, so if you're a fan of the Mafia games, there you go.
Mafia 2, I think, or the original Mafia is, I think, free on Steam until the 5th.
Oh, that's what he is. Get the original Mafia free on Steam. Today to tomorrow, or no, from the 1st to the 5th of September, so you got one more day! You're somehow just finding out about it now, but there you go. Apparently there's a fighting game about wacky inflatable tube men.
What?
I didn't know about this.
It's clearly
Bragg knew
a
about
mecha
this.
title. I learned about it 30 seconds before I posted that.
It's now.
And I was like, I
very
cannot
funny.
believe this is real.
We talk about game and like just learn of one. I also just post one myself. I didn't know that game was a thing until
You did,
literally a few minutes ago. But I'm happy.
Where
to, like,
wins me?
Nice, nice.
The streak ends now.
Blaze, I haven't watched the trailer yet, but describe it. Why do you like it?
well,
I just see the thumbnail image.
And this is not like anything, but I just like a game that take a setting more in like ancient China time rather than like say Japan or anything like that.
So we're playing the Sun Wukong game.
All right, fine.
Alright. Go fight Renko while I go find this Agito mod for
Hey,
for
wait!
Chief.
No! Don't you dare abandon me.
Oh wait, is Renko in the
Renko's in the room. Yeah.
Oh, Renko's in the podcast group. Hi, Renko. I didn't realize you joined us.
Yeah, Renko. Oh. Frank, I hate you.
And then one final thing we have in the gaming thing is River City Girls 2.
With 4-player action, baby, let's go! Make it as good as Ninja Turtles crossover, freaking online, and we're golden.
Oh my god.
'Cause that was
There's more than just Agito. There's so much more. You can
Frag is
fight
found, but
with
he's-
that stuff. Yes.
Well, you know
can
what
fight-
Frag's doing tomorrow.
You can
I
fight
can't
Knight,
believe-
you can fight Meteor, you can fight Odin, you can fight the G3S, you can fight Agito.
No.
Oh my god, they've even got Mooks, dude.
Did you just slam your hand down? I hate it.
They've got, dude.
No,
Okay,
no,
no.
Frank,
Let
why
me.
you do
Wait,
this?
I'm confused. What are we talking
No,
about?
Frank, why did
We're
you
talking about a
abandon me?
mod for Shifu, and let me just post in the
Oh,
the voice chat.
I believe it's
So,
just.
Frank,
This
you
is
go
so
through all the
good.
people
Everything about this picture is perfect. There are no flaws here. This is
What
this
is
is it.
Stan Kurono doing there?
Everyone is in this. Everybody. I think I saw Odin earlier. I'm not sure. Yeah, Odin's in there.
Frank, why you do this? Why you abandon me to die?
I'll go bully you in a minute.
No, no, no. You just don't do this to me. I'm taking out my anger on
What?
jukebox. I was just waiting for that reaction. What I do? Oh my gosh, this picture says it all.
Don't kick the jukebox. Despite popular opinion, it doesn't actually work.
Oh, that's it.
I don't. I should have brought it up after the podcast. I didn't. I should have known that Frag would just go down this rabbit hole.
Listen,
Never come out.
this is like necessary. Like Shifu was already good. This is like above and be. Okay. Another image I've got to post. I'm sorry.
Oh, me getting beat up, guys. Don't worry. Stop that, man.
There's a Rio trooper up here, like scowling. There's Knight sitting on a friggin' park bench, looking like a dork. There's literally everybody playing friggin' like there's 3 black RXs playing shogi, I think, or the Chinese equivalent, and Ibuki just walking away in shame. Like you can't make these up. I need this in my veins, stat.
Not stay.
It's good to know that even if Bandai doesn't want to give us Kamen Rider games, the fans will do it themselves.
They
Yeah.
will
It's the first time.
they
Who
will
are we as a
extract
player now? Are we
files
Agito?
from ESP games.
We have to be Agito, right? Come on.
I mean,
Who else will we do
I
this?
mean,
That was the main
there's-
mod.
There's like everybody in this. Like I don't know who gets swapped for what. You've got Super One looking stupid sexy. Look at this. Like this is wild.
Mm.
Better yet. Oh my gosh, even better. Even better. Oh gosh, I can't believe I missed this one. This is too good.
No, I popped my shields earlier. I want to cry.
Oh, Eternal and Axel.
Just chilling, dude.
I want to cry.
Oh, by the way, Frank, since you've already go through Shifu, can I ask
So,
you?
Eternal, how was hell for you?
Is it like
Nah,
that?
hell was okay. It's too hot for fish though, so I just need to spend some time by the aquarium before I return to hell.
I'm gonna play this now. Give me all the mods.
Did you guys have 4 people? Does you guys have Renko?
Oh yeah. and
Oh
he's
no,
got
Frag got out.
Astral's in as well, so I'll
Ah, I
I'll,
see.
I'll make it 2v2.
I'm already getting beat up, so what's some more damage?
Ah, you'll be fine.
Will I though? I'm already getting through enough. I've been up since I didn't go to sleep until like 8 in the morning.
Man, what is it with all of us and not going to sleep yesterday?
Yeah, me and me and Jukebox were talking about we both went through the same thing as we just super late.
Apparently, just no one in the world could get to sleep yet last night.
This clearly Golgum. Clearly Golgum was involved. I don't know which plot specifically, but clearly it involved make sure nobody can get a decent night of sleep, and therefore they all get really angry at each other, and I guess we'll be able to take over the world. That's
There you go.
it's a fairly standard Golgum plot.
Did I just get...
Sounds legit. Alright. So with that out of the way, I think that's all the news, unless someone else has anything.
Yeah, this just did. Echo's getting beat up.
Oh, well. I don't really know if that counts as news.
That's news, dude.
but-
Cause I haven't been here. Come on, we gonna do something. We gonna get an ult. Yeah. Son.
Alright, anyway. If we done with news, then the only logical next step is superhero time before we get to the big ReVice.
We're discussing the ReVice today. So time to play catch up. We got 2 arcs to cover.
Wait, what about normal superhero time? Like Decker and
Back.
Don Bros.
I can wait. This ReVice there.
Okay.
I mean, it's ReVice day.
Alright. No, yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Now hold that off, I guess.
I mean, Don Bros is just a recap episode this week. Though it is a freaking brilliant recap episode. Like,
Meanwhile, Deco was like.
and then Decker had the 2-parter with Trigger.
Yep, which is awesome.
I'm glad you liked it, man. I guess.
I have opinions.
You have opinion. Okay, sure.
You have opinions? Okay, sure. Wait, what
You sure we want to skip that and hold it off? Echo? Last call?
Well, if that's what the refs say, okay.
Just saying. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead, Echo.
Go ahead, talk friggin' Decker, so I can concentrate on not dying.
Oh, okay. So, alright, the Trigger Decker crossover episodes. Being said to ReVice. ReVice was literally, the Don Bros was literally just recaps. Nothing happened. Anyway. Trigger Decker. So, Triggers, we found out what happened with the Trigger crew. Most of them are on Mars. I think everyone's on Mars except for Yuna.
Yep.
They also get randomly attacked by the Sphere, but thankfully, most of the old Guts team is there.
And
They proceed to beat some... Yep.
And that's Trigger, so, nothing much.
Right, so, Mars is fine. Earth is the one that's in trouble. So, User A shows up to Trigger again, but it's a different User A? I'm not sure exactly what's up with that yet. We'll probably get some explanation on that later, but a different User A shows up and is just like, hey, so it's not your season anymore, so here's some new gear for you. Go to Earth and help the new guy. Bye. He's like, okay. And that's what Trigger does. Trigger, talks to Akito and the captain for a little bit and just so apparently Earth isn't, the new guy is fucking shit up on Earth. I gotta go help the new guy out. If you see Yuna, Akito just well, if you see Yuna, tell her we're doing fine, give her my regards. I miss her.
And
I
Trigger,
love my girlfriend.
Trigger just yeah, well, I'm saving the world. I'm gonna pass the word down to your maybe sister, maybe girlfriend, whatever it is you guys now. Just like the guy is.
yeah, whatever you guys are. Listen.
Can we get a stamp or something on what we are right now? I'm confused.
Side note, I love how Agito... They didn't have the cards, but as soon as he has the cards, Agito immediately has something that, scans the cards' energy and all that shit.
Although I would like to base on the stupid knowing grin that freaking
Oh, I thought they were done fighting. Oh.
Yeah, that was it? Kengo keep giving all the time means something, but yeah. So he just used the cards to fly up to Earth.
Yeah. So, I would have loved it if Trigger was just Trigger gets the cards from the new User and just what the heck are these? I don't use cards. This isn't my gimmick. I can't do shit with these, and he just throws them away. That's what I would have done. Anyway, so he uses the cards, breaks through the barrier on Earth. He lands on Earth. Everything's fine, except everything's not fine because.
One thing done. One thing you find that Ultraman can adapt to like gear and tool easier than the other two, mainly because Ultra magic.
Because they just change for some reason.
They can just will it to change if they need to be. Power of like a predecessor.
So anyway, that's what the Trigger Gang is doing. I really wanted the Trigger theme song to play during that episode, but sadly we did not get that.
Yeah, it should have because Decker, your theme does not start. I'm sorry.
Does not, in fact, slap.
I'm sorry, not sorry.
Yep.
So anyway, what is the Earth Gut Select team doing? Well, they get some weird sphere energy readings from under the ground. Decker goes to check it out and is immediately stomped by tentacles.
Yep.
Usually just
And,
that part, man.
Has to get bailed out by Trigger.
Yep. Although I do, wait, I think, yeah, we can save that for later about the monster itself, right? Guess we're just going through the circumstance now.
We're going through the first episode.
We'll get into it for the recap.
Yeah.
So Kengo and Asumi meets. Good time, Senpai and Kohai, or whatever it is in Japanese. They meet up, everything's fine. Kengo meets with the rest of the team and lets them all know how all the refugees are doing. Everyone in space evacuated to Mars and they're all just living there.
Mm-hmm.
Just chilling.
They've been living there for a year.
Yep.
Good thing they got all those Mars colonies completely sustainable by the time this happened, otherwise they'd be fucked.
Yeah. So it shows like how the Trigger and like the Gut Selection basically is holding off the spear in Mars. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just gonna shove this in very quick. I think that still at least explain why like whole 9 years and the spear do nothing to Earth. They might be occupied because of what's happening on Mars right now.
Yeah, I say it's a fair thing because we saw Mars get attacked in episode 1.
Right. I mean, you could say
I say it's fair to say that Trigger managed to stop the sphere enough on Mars.
Yeah, they like Earth's
I think Trigger is experienced
area.
enough to do
They're
that.
not going anywhere. Let's focus on Mars first. There's this, more experienced Ultraman messing thing up. Let's focus on that first. So that's probably explained the whole a year thing. I forgot. 9 years like a timeline between two series. Full years like the whole.
Yeah, this episode had me. I had to break out like a spreadsheet to figure out the timeline for Trigger and Decker.
You got it yet? You want me to help? It's pretty much just like.
No, I get it. 10 years, 2 years later is Zet, and then 7 years after that is episode 1. A year later is episode 2, and the rest of the series.
Yippee. Yeah.
Anyway, so Ryumon, being the only Smartmon, actually asked the question like, "Wait a minute, Kengo, how the crap did you get here in the first place? There's a barrier around the Earth right now."
I had a machine that, let me get through.
Well, his first thing is just like, Asumi's an idiot at first, and he's just like, Kengo was on Earth the whole time. He didn't leave Earth at all.
Dude.
Ryumon is just like,
how do you not get find out? I have to admit, this is one of the top 10. How did you guys?
And then Ryumon is obviously drawing the logical conclusion. Then how do you know how everyone is doing on Mars and stuff? And he's just, oh no, he was on Mars, but Agito made a machine to get him through the barrier. Okay, can we use the machine to go back to Mars? It broke. It broke. It's gone, and it's gone.
Too bad.
Damn it, Hikari!
Always Hikari.
Always his fault.
Always Hikari. See, this is what happens when you're fighting alongside the other Ultraman during the absolute conspiracy in its sequel.
Speaking of fighting alongside other Ultraman, we do get a really nice scene where apparently Asumi is using Kengo's old room on the Nurse Dressay. It's a nice like reminiscent moment / talking about like their reason to fight and stuff. They even reference like the time Ribbit visited Trigger with the whole dance number thing. They tried to do that. That's nice.
Hey, I mean, Don, you should like this, right? Dancing and singing unlock your true potential.
No, because the way what was the sequel to the Absolute Conspiracy?
What? Destiny Crossroad, you mean?
Yeah, the Destiny Crossroad. The way they set that up, Ribbit wasn't set on a mission. He was just fighting.
Yeah.
In the trigger thing, and like
Yeah.
it was weird. Like that was like 2 hours of English dub I had to sit through. By the way.
I can't wait for they doing the jab in like an English sub and I can watch that again. I really love this, but I think
Yeah,
I mean
it was cool.
they try. I mean I love they try and they bring back like because some Ultraman are in English, so they bring back some of the English voice actor for them, those kind of things. So I love that, but yeah, I cannot. I really think the dub like hurt a bit here. I can't wait to watch this. I like the theme song in English dub though. That's a first. Like, I think I prefer the song in like English version more than Japanese ones. Which
So
is
yeah, like my man's wasn't set on the mission.
now or never.
It was just there.
That's an outro theme. Yep.
All right. Anyway, so they're talking about being Ultraman. Kengo brings up his like greatest regret as an Ultraman, which is letting his girlfriend die, who was the final boss of Trigger. I mean, let's be real.
Complicated. It's complicated.
Complicated.
Although I do think, but yeah, keep going first. Oh god.
Love is messy.
I
All
got
right.
shot at the end.
Although I do say I do like Kengo's like black jacket he has for the later half of this episode.
Dude.
Kengo got some style.
I'm like, graduate outfit is nice, and then he have that cool, like a traveler cloak that he just throw away just for that one shot. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm curious about one thing. Okay, did he just come back from somewhere, or he just walking around like the 7th base wearing that cloak to hide slave because it look cool? I mean, it is, but it's a bit random.
I don't
like,
know.
Toss the cloak away and then like start transforming, which. Again, I won't lie, Tokuhiro can use more traveling cloak to show that they are like a professional veteran now, but, that's just a bit random.
Like anime characters? Just vagabond clothes?
Yeah. I like that thing. Vagabond cloak's always cool.
Anyway, so the signal is called. There's a black tornado going through the city. It's the signature black tornado of the Giants of Darkness attacked the world 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it turns out the spheres have revived Megalophor, the final boss of Trigger.
Interjection here.
Yes.
Usually, and I'm comparing this bit to like Sentai, right? Usually, the current villain would always have like a advantage over the old villain, like they always want to call the shot or something, like. But I kind of like it here that they do remember that this is the final boss of the last villain. So if you notice the dialogue, they switch around and say that the spear seems to be was the one who get take advantage instead, and that thing just uses spear like nutrition to like revive completely. So I do like that. I felt like,
because
please don't tell me the spear like it enslaved the final boss monster because
I actually do like that where it's not like the sphere didn't choose to revive Megalophor. Was like, turn around I will revive myself.
I'm like, that's cool. They remember that this thing is the final villain. You know what I mean, right? Like compared to other like sister brother show, it's always like the current villain that like the one who like start everything, like the demon or like the phantom. Yeah. The other last season villain's still there, but they feel like they just add in for the
Well, if you remember. And it was Trigger was on the last season villain was Cerebro, and he kind of stuck. So
because they didn't have anything planned with Cerebro.
Cerebro itself is always like a freaking parasite, so you cannot say much of that thing.
They had more planned with Jugular than they did with Cerebro.
Yeah, you could have done something really interesting with Cerebro, but they didn't.
I mean, let's be honest. It got put on the table to be dissected by a human. That's already embarrassing enough, okay?
Yeah,
if
not they were planning something with Jugular, but then said,
if it not for the fact it gets I mean, give it at least Cerebro and the villain from Trigger
got shafted because they're like, "Ooh, let's build him up as being suspicious and doing his whole thing," and it's like, no, he's just doing everything.
I don't think you get it. He just wants to cut a tree, okay?
He was clipping the bonsai. I finally saw that tree reference.
But yeah, I like the fact that the status quo villain is still being respected. So that's just one thing I want to add in.
Oh.
All right, fine.
Not a note.
Anyway, they get the signal. Kengo, Trigger, and Decker jump into action.
Can we talk
Try
about
to beat it
the
up.
transmission scene? How it actually matched them up together instead of like, dude. I
A
do like how they both
separate
share the same rising scene.
I do like
thought-
how they
yeah.
edited the whole henshin scene where they're doing it at the same time.
That's so cool.
I
slick
tried to
editing
help,
there.
And that went terrible.
I'll give you that one, Blaze.
Yep.
And thankfully, this time Trigger is not by himself, which are their explanation for how Trigger is doing a lot better against Megalophor this time than he did last time. So at least that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Also, the new weapon in action is pretty damn good. I look a bit clunky for me at first, but then when I see Trigger use it, I actually quite like it. Although, seeing the toy catalog, I'm a bit dread for like when Decker gonna use it, because I like it the way it looks right now. I won't lie.
They proceed to punch the shit out of it. Trigger breaks out his new sword. Proceeds to cut the shit out of it. And I love that final attack he does where he's just like,
Right?
return to the darkness!
Way to clutch it. Way to clutch it. Way to clutch it. Oh.
Yep.
I tried to shoot you so many times and I just got murdered.
And then when
Anyway,
he was
so
about
he
to
cuts
end,
it down.
Yep.
He cuts it down, makes a big old hole in it, but before he finishes it off, out of the hole pops Carmera's face. She's
Yep.
alive.
And then Trigger, remember this is a 2-episode deal, so yep, things not gonna end here yet.
Yep. Kengo's just like, wait, my girlfriend's alive? Shit, I can't kill this thing now.
Yeah, but next time they do a scene where like she's staring at Kengo, let her be in human form again. I understand she was.
Hey,
busy with
hey,
Kamen
hey, hey,
Rider.
hey.
I understand. She was
Frank
busy
will
with
agree
Kamen
with me.
Rider.
There's nothing wrong with that scene.
I didn't say.
Honestly,
Look, I didn't.
Frank-
I didn't say.
Honestly, there was no point in giving her a human form. I'm more upset that they gave her one that served no purpose.
That's
than
what I'm
that.
saying. Like, if you're gonna do
I
it,
know!
then use
No,
it. That's what I'm
Just
saying.
don't have it at all. Best we all forget it ever happened.
No, because if we're gonna do one, you're gonna use it.
Done.
Goddammit. I'm
Let's
not
go to the
gonna-
next episode.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with Camarera's, you know what I'm saying, Dark Ultra form. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
Mud
I prefer it.
wrestling.
I prefer it. I'm just saying if we're
Yeah.
gonna do
No,
it.
I never got a chance to say this now. I guess I shouldn't shoot it.
I understand
here.
it's Aguilera, so like, you know, she can't be there. Still,
What?
I'm just gonna.
Oh,
put it-
did they have the same actress?
yes,
Wait, really?
Huh.
apparently.
Alright.
I'm just gonna say this now. I forgot. I don't know if I say this, but compare side by side, I do prefer the way the trio of Darkness looking Trigger more than Antigua. As much as I still love how they are too.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Man.
Yep. And I also love what they're gonna do with her next as well. But yeah, that part 2, right?
Yes, we gotta.
Yes, proceeding with part 2. Hold on. Actually, first things first, I need to actually confirm what he just said. So,
What?
At least that's what I was. Like,
that Aguilera and Carmera have the same actor.
Okay.
they
actress.
look alike anyway.
I need to confirm their human form is the same person. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep with myself.
You can confirm that. After.
I will not be able to continue on.
I tried sleeping with myself once, but we had like a pretty big tiff, and
I need to work up my word choice. Sorry, I'm frazzled.
Well, see, Frank didn't take himself out to dinner. That's what happened. You gotta take yourself out to dinner. Frank.
there were expectations
Yeah, they
of
weren't
certain
met.
activities, and they were not met.
They were not met.
There should have been a proper order to things, and it did not happen.
Yeah, Frank tried to jump in there instead of, you know, taking his time. So there was no cuddles, only disappointment.
All right.
That joke went on for too long. Anyway.
Why does this refuse? Why does
It's okay.
the wiki doesn't even have the actress for her human form?
Right, because she's irrelevant. in the- Also, it's a wiki, so
Yeah, which
Like-
is okay.
I just went to the closest
just
thing
watch
I
the
could.
other
All right.
oh,
Oh, did I kill my teammate?
Yep.
I hate it.
I don't.
What I do?
Da 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 da.
Can I was mashing for that the whole time.
Oh no, it's not the same. It's her voice actor. It's voice actress. It's the same person who does the human form. That's why I got confused. I thought the voice actors in the human form were different people, but it's the same person. I don't believe it is. Let me just see.
The flat. Oh my gosh, Renko, why?
Have a ball! I'm dead.
No, I can't really help you. Cause
Okay, they aren't. They aren't.
yeah,
I have answered the question.
yeah. Anyway,
Continuing on. So Trigger's flower is evil. That's
I
the
wanna
premise for the
go.
second part of the crossover.
but no, I got freaking wrecked.
I feel like that is one of the thing I do have a bit of a mixed feeling about this two-parter.
Where did the boss go, by the way? Did the boss just go underground? The boss just... They just leave the boss alone. Oh, no, he dug back underground. And they just... The boss just pieced out. And that's the end of... That's it. That resolves the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, the plant is evil. Apparently, it's an ultra-ancient plant that puts people to sleep with its pollen if it senses danger. And yes. And puts them into, like, the happiest dream ever. And they all have smiles on their face.
Yeah, about that.
Yes.
Frag, you have anything?
No. Should I?
I'm just saying, I feel like for one of, because that's one of the more, well, actually probably one of my most favorite episodes in Tiga, and I feel like they doesn't do it justice at all here. It feels like a throwaway plot, honestly. The whole thing about like the flower that give like well, desire and dream to like people, it was done much better than Tiga, and like it got so focused.
Oh.
And here they just feel like oh, we do that thing. There
See,
we
this
go.
is why we have Blaze around to pick up on whenever Ultraman is referencing one of his older series. Blaze will know it, for sure.
Ask freaking done. I'm like, ask freaking Frag. He knows more than me. Because he's around since the Earth was formed.
Well, apparently Frag didn't. You just asked Frag.
Right, because I'm not paying attention, dude. Like, I'm not, like, when it comes to Decker, I'm tuned out. Because I don't want it spoiled. I'm deliberately turning off my brain.
You haven't watched it yet?
No.
I've watched the first 2 episodes.
Yeah. Me and Frank, we're gonna.
Sorry, I didn't
I'm gonna
know.
watch it when it's over, because there's no point in me doing it week after week and getting completely soul-crushed by every episode being another exercise in mediocrity, like I have for every single Toku season made after, like, 2010. So...
Yes. Something of that nature.
Someone got mad. Someone
no.
threw a can against the wall.
No, I'm just messing with the soda cans I have here.
Yeah, but yeah, just could be much better. That's about it for the whole like flower plot.
All
It
right.
kept me busy while I was waiting for the match to start so I could die again.
Continue
Anyway.
then.
Dude, all right. So they go to investigate why everyone's falling asleep. They find the plant. Asumi, being the brilliant man he is, goes right up to the flower, smells it, and falls asleep. And we see his ideal dream. He just wants to work his rice cracker shop. He just wants to work his family's rice cracker shop. That's his ideal dream. Just running the rice cracker shop.
Yeah, I do love how mundane and simple it is. Like, really push around the whole, like, behind, like, hero and everything. It's just, like, surprisingly mundane. So, you know what? That's one thing I
And
do.
apparently this is also our time skip because he wakes up 12 hours later.
Gotta love time skips.
What is the deal with Decker and time skips? It's just ridiculous. They've had a time skip like every other episode now. It is wild to me. It's either the weakest writing imaginable, or they're trying to make a joke.
They wanted a night fight, and it was daytime, so...
Yes.
Ultra night fights are sick, though, so,
Yeah.
like, it's a good idea.
It is.
So yeah, he wakes up from 12 hours. The plant is now grown freaking huge. It's growing through a building. And Asumi is like, so why did no one stop it? We tried to stop it, but there was just people lazily sleepwalking in the way. We couldn't do anything about them, we swear. I'm just saying, they could have. They should have done something.
God.
I'm low-key annoyed to death.
Kengo is having a crisis of conscience because it's, his plant. Oh my god, my plant is evil. What have I done? And then Yuna comes in and is just like, no, Kengo, it's not your plant. It's a completely different plant. Your plant is right here in this pot. By the way, hi, Yuna. Yuna's back.
Yeah,
She's not a member of Gut Select anymore. She is now a secretary for her father's company, which I personally feel like is a downgrade, but whatever.
She's just not on the battlefield anymore. She's chilling.
Chilling as a secretary. Alright. Anyway, she explains that it's like an ultra ancient species of plant. Has now revived itself along with Megalophore somehow. But don't worry, we have ultra ancient herbicide. That will kill it. I mean, basically,
Okay.
Come on.
That is one thing that cracked me. I won't lie. I'm like, I love it. The solution to a giant freaking monster plant is a giant, basically a giant bottle of like a freaking like a weed kill or like whatever you call like a plant killing medicine bottle is.
Herbicide.
You know what?
That's the name.
Okay, I'm like, that's so direct.
It's
I cannot
like pesticide, but for herbs.
Yep. So I'm
Anyway,
like,
so she has that. They have a plan. They got to kill it before morning because apparently it gets stronger during the day. Because that's how plants work.
I'm pretty sure they're plant who acted as night guys, but okay, whatever.
Plants feed on the sun, Blaze. It's actually somewhat scientifically accurate. I'll give them
but-
props for that.
I'm doing like, well, yeah, fuck. I'm just saying, I remember that some time, well, not all, of course, been rare, but yeah. Whatever.
Anyway, Kengo and Yuna reunite. It's a nice scene. They immediately do the smile together.
Yeah.
gonna miss him so
Smile,
much.
smile, dude.
Oh, also,
Uh,
Akito-centric audience.
Yeah.
Because Trigger is just...
Kengo mentioned Agito and just like,
He's just being
yeah, I guess I miss him.
a good wingman.
I tried to aim up to shoot them off.
Kengo's trying.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Alright, apparently, I do like the small detail where apparently they said that like they used the pollen as medicine back in ancient days. Nice little touch of world building. I like it. It makes sense.
I think we all know what kind of medicine that thing is.
Yep.
No, I'm not sure we do. Snake oil?
Oh.
Sure, let's roll with that.
Anyway, there's this. I also like they do like the whole thing where it's like, oh man, where Kengo's like still sad about his plants. It's just like, I wanted my plants to bring happiness to the world and actual smiles, but the smiles that this thing is putting on all the people are empty and hollow and all that jazz.
Yeah,
It's
You know-
Infinite Tsukiyomi.
speaking of struggle, though, I mean, it's not much, but Kanata also had one, like, remember, before he get inhaled the pollen, then he, like, not angry, but he just, like, doesn't seem to understand why Kengo is hesitant toward the enemy. Like, why didn't he take the slash or the shot when he had a chance?
Right, there is that too, but I
Yeah.
forgive Kengo. Kind of, Asumi wasn't there during the end of Trigger. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what went on, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like
There's that. There's the whole like
Ah,
protecting
so?
smiles, make
You
everybody
guys
smile.
darkness.
thing.
What are you talking about?
Please let them finish.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead then. Sorry, Jukebox.
Nah, it's good. Anyway, Yuna, I do like they break out the old Gut Slut jackets for the operation, so they can join the team.
Exactly.
Good to see those back in. They do the operation. They spray the plant with gas, which apparently kills it. At least weakens it enough that all the civilians are able to wake up and they start evacuating them. And then the big nurse cannon is about to blow up the plant, but then it gets blocked by the big boss, Megalophore, once again. Which requires the help of our 2 Ultras. So they just run off, and they do that. And then, I do want to bring up the small detail. So, it's sometime later when, oh, what's her name? The new girl. I already forgot. Not Kirito.
What
forgot her
new
name.
Kiriko? Kirito? Wait, what new girl is talking about?
The new girl's name. Didn't it start with a K?
I think it's Kirino or Kirito.
Kirino, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kirino mentions like, wait, where did Kanata and Ken? There's a lot of K names in this show. Where did Kanata and Kengo go?
Oh yeah, that's
And
hilarious.
It's just like, oh, this happens all the time.
You get used to it.
They're fine. So anyway, they both go into Ultraman. They start beating the shit out of it. They both go into their blue types, Sky and Miracle. That's pretty
Technically
cool.
purple, but yeah.
Okay, purple.
I mean, Trigger is purple.
So
No.
this is actually an important distinction because blue forms are always weak as shit, unless it's Cosmos. A purple form, on the other hand, is dummy busted.
Miracle, a blue form, was able to revert the life cycle of an...
form.
Okay, so
purple.
that's what you're saying. It's a purple form. Gotcha.
It's a purple form.
Wait, no, hey, hold on. That good should be a blue though.
It is.
No, it's Trigger, that's purple.
Alright, let's finish.
Frag sees it as purple, apparently, because it's strong. Bring it up with Frag. I have nothing.
Frank, what do you mean it's purple? It corresponds to Diana and Tia. Come on.
I got nothing. Alright. Anyway, they proceed to blast shit out of it. Even the land crew gets some blasting on it. They break it open enough that they see Chimera poking out. Konica, Decker gets some resolve and just like, I don't know what the future holds, but I know what I want to do right now is pull his girlfriend out of this monster.
Yep.
I don't know why, but that's just what I want to do.
Because it'll make him happy.
I gotta help my Ultra Bro.
Everybody's just being wingman this episode. And also, again,
Well,
Miracle is stupidly busted.
And Yuna channels the last embers of Yuzure. Apparently, she has a lot of last embers in her.
Yeah, depending on like how many more times she can appear. Don't worry about it.
Although I do like that we see her with the white hair in like the jacket, because we never saw that in Trigger. So
Yeah, that's true. They always bring something new, so I like that.
so with their psychic magic powers combined, they are finally able to pull Kamera out of the monster right into Trigger's arms. Huzzah! Trigger has his girlfriend back. Let's go.
I do admit how different this is from the guys. So like, you know what, Trigger, you finally do something that like Tia did not do, and I really like it for it. So.
And then they get a little flash where Kengo is in his, where they show like Kengo in his human form, but it's still Kamera in her monster form, in her giant form. So
Yeah.
still not using the human form.
I'm saying, like, why even give us that, man? It's wasteful.
And then out of nowhere again, just like a great surprise, which remind me of like last year when like we didn't know Tia was gonna really be there. We actually have like a fight where Trigger, Decker, and like Mira fight together. I'm like,
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good triple fight
yeah,
against
and
Kamera. Basically, is committing suicide, but that's okay. It's fine.
I'm like,
I mean,
again,
she's
no
killing
scan,
herself.
no image,
so-
no whatsoever though. I'm surprised. They didn't
Oh,
say anything about
yeah,
this.
that they didn't spoil it, but
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of spoiled it in the preview. But, that's fine.
I mean, I see the preview and I cannot tell that she was gonna be there as well. That's pretty cool.
All right, anyway, they proceed to beat the shit out of it.
Mhm.
They do a triple beam of finisher and blow it to all Kingdom Come.
And
Day has been saved. The plant though, the plant is still alive. They never blew up the plant. I'm just saying.
we can assume it's not to get taken care of. Although I do like
it
one
just got
thing,
cut
like,
down off screen. It's fine.
like near the end, this could be just me reading bit too, but I just feel like it's hilarious. Like near the end, like okay, this whole goddamn 2 part basically a trigger extension plot, but this is technically still a deck episode, so you better
Pretty
roll
much.
so that deck can stand in the middle of the formation.
Right.
Even though Trigger was in the middle, in the final blast, they have to make a reason for him to like roll across each other, and deck end up in the middle again.
This is Decker's show after all. Alright, anyway, to blow it up, Kamura pieces out for a little bit so that Kengo and Asumi can say goodbye to each other. And Kengo gives the sword and cards over to Asumi and is just like, I can't use these cards anyways, so here you go. And also take the sword because apparently it's meant to protect her, even though I got it on Mars. Don't ask too many questions, it's yours now.
I feel like the weapon have a connection between the two ultras, so that's pretty neat.
Well, it's better than them. It's better than them having to give like Trigger a new form or whatever that uses the new engine device, like they've done the past couple of times. So
yeah. Yep.
Anyway, so Kengo meets with Yuna one last time on a roof. Kamura shows up, holding the souls of her 2 comrades, which he apparently spit out. I don't know where those came from.
I mean, I don't care about the
He
blue
ate
one,
them.
but yay, the red one can be revived. Huzzah! Bye, bro. The big
Oh,
big
right. Oh, what did he say?
my friend. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my friend.
I guess Bob. Oh yeah.
That was great.
Technically, they did play the Trigger theme at the fight.
And they did
so
play
I'm
the
like,
Trigger theme during the fight, which is very nice to hear.
I really love how Ultra don't hold back on like using the old season like a theme with vocal and everything when it's focused on them. Yeah, it's not
And
just
that's the Trigger crossover.
Yep. Awesome.
I thought it was okay. I don't think they needed to bring Kamura back, but I don't know.
I'll say I kind of like they bring it back. It does compromise a bit with the ending of Trigger, but
that's because she's your waifu. So let's be real.
Well, mainly because her back means the red guy can come back as well. That also is the main thing. Like the blue guy, or the purple guy, I don't think like Ignis will be happy to learn he's back. So unless he go through some like extensive like freaking like
yes, we won, thank God.
Oh
God.
Hey, nice job, guys. All right.
Take over.
Yep.
Anyway, that's a crossover. Fairly decent. We'll probably see Trigger again.
Yep.
I imagine we'll see him again sometime later in the show.
Now, my
Ultraman
main problem
Decker
after
episode
this
Trigger.
is because the preview I have to wonder is that guy's Seiji Takaiwa. Takaiwa Seiji, because he looked like him. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I will say one thing: if we are gonna bring Kamura back and she's gonna be Trigger's girlfriend, which it does seem like they're doing. I mean,
Ultra babies.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna have to learn about ultra reproduction somehow, right?
Have you seen what an
That's
ultra
already
baby
been
looks
dealt
like?
with,
Yeah.
at least as far as the
Mother and father
M79
of Ultra.
nebula
I think
is
we
concerned.
forgot that
There are,
they
there are
have
ultras
this plan.
that are in cribs and cradles. There are
Yeah,
infant
ultra babies
ultras.
are creepy.
But
As far as trigger-like ultras, they reproduce asexually.
They
You don't need.
reproduce through blood. Photosynthesis.
Oh my god.
all right.
Let's
Anyway,
not talk about
that-
the reproduction of ultras. Huh?
Okay, and this is the part where I take a more subtle, passive role. Continue, guys.
Blaze, subtle.
Anyway,
I don't
Blaze, passive.
never.
Shut the
Never.
hell up, you goddamn friend.
All right. Anyway, so that's Decker. Don Bros was a recap.
Oh,
It was a hilarious recap, but we can cover it later because we got ReVice. It is time for the ReVice. There were 2 final story arcs since the last time we covered ReVice. The Juga arc and then the final arc. We gotta talk about Juga, don't we? God damn it. I don't want to talk about Juga. Alright, so George has daddy issues, as we know. I'll try to go through the arcs as quickly as possible. George has developed a new driver, and what he's gonna, apparently the strongest driver there is, and what he wants to do with it is destroy all his father's creations. He doesn't say that outright, but that's what he's doing. He's going around, he beats up Aguilera and Julio, takes their drivers, throws him on his dad's grave after destroying him, and just leaves, pieces out. Highly advanced pieces of technology there. Just leave him on the ground. It'll be fine, George.
God damn it.
I like how Saul was so kill hungry that he annihilated his partner.
It was... Oh, God, I could not catch Renko to save my life.
So that's what George is doing. That's our big bad for this little arc.
God,
Meanwhile, the Igarashi family is trying to get back to normal life now, dealing with Ikki's memory loss and all that, and trying to stop it from happening more. It doesn't really work though, because even if Vice transforms by himself, he still loses memories because he forgets who his parents are. His parents walk in and Ikki's just like, sorry, the bathhouse doesn't open till like later today. Come back later. And the parents are like just stunned. Ikki, what do you mean? You not recognize us? Should I? Sucks to be the Igarashi family. They do that. They talk about the whole thing with Vice's contract. There's a nice scene where it's just the kids chilling on a park bench.
Yeah.
Kagero's like, this is just the nature of the contract. There's only nothing you can do about it but move forward, guys. They talk about it. Eventually, Iggy gets the resolve. It's just like, no, we're gonna have to fight George anyway, aren't we? Yep. So they meet George again. They tried to just peacefully hand over the drivers, but George is just like, that's not fun. You can't just hand it over. That's not right. I gotta fight it from you. I gotta prove I'm the best. So it's Juga, George versus Daiji and Sakura. Daiji and Sakura proceed to get rolled. They put up a little bit of a fight. It's not an immediate roll, but
Oh yeah,
they do get rolled.
Finals at least. The fight's so many.
Yeah, they do both show up their final forms. I am happy that we at least got to see Invincible John a little bit more. And it wasn't just for like the one final boss fight.
Final boss fight
1. They proceed to do that.
Holy fuck.
Ikki is like, oh George, you hurt my family now. Now I gotta take you down.
Wait, are you nothing but ahead right now?
Yes, and I almost won the match, but then I shot when my ammo wasn't reloaded, so I fucked it up.
Oh.
That's the end of the first part of the Jig arc. Second part starts. Turns out Sakura and Daiji aren't out of the game yet, because Daiji switches with Kanguro to give himself a second win. And Sakura just gives up, because apparently she's fine. And then they try again, round 2 against Juga, and they get rolled even faster. Unfortunate. But don't worry, Kagero has a plan and distracts him with bats, so they're all able to get away. And Ikki doesn't have to transform just yet. Hiromi, doing the actual legwork, figures out what George is actually doing. Visits the grave and all that stuff, and devises a plan to be able to stop all this from happening. Hiromi's the only one who actually has some initiative here. Because he also hears about, like, Ikki losing all his memories, just like, I need to stop this now. Good job, Hiromi. Good job. And he tries to figure out a new catchphrase again, because he's just like, what is it?
Gonna put my heart and
So he's
soul
trying to
into
do... Right, I know I'll find something with all my heart and soul.
it.
And Vice is just like, bruh, that's so wishy-washy. Can't put your life on the... By the way, side note, turns out... Nah, we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later when we talk about Hiromi's character in general. Anyway. So I do some investigating work with Hikaru, actually, our former Overdemons. So he gets to be a little more useful before the series ends. They find a picture that has a stain on the floor. Turns out the building the weekend was in was the old household, the Karzaki household. So they find... Turns out George's room is hidden behind an old mirror. I don't know why, but there it is. So while they're trying to advance the actual plot, Daiji and Sakura are just visiting their friends in the hospital, Aguilera and Julio, talking about Samiki. They're not gonna be relevant for the rest of the episode.
But
Yep. So they find George's old childhood room filled with pictures and drawings of his childhood and little family and all that stuff. And they find something they can use to possibly stop Igarashi. Possibly stops George. We'll figure out what that is later. So he heads back. It's the night before the final battle. The whole family is basically accepted now that Ikki is probably going to forget who we all are. It sucks, but that's just who Ikki is. And we're going to have to deal with an amnesiac child the rest of our lives. Don't worry, there's a writer help group for that. There's a lot of amnesiac writers. You'll be fine. Find a support group.
Not Amnesia Anonymous.
Hi, I'm Agito. I'm ReVice. Anyway, they meet at the pier. ReVice versus Juga. It is actually a pretty sick fight. I'll give it that. And I do love Juga's henshin with the colors. The actual sounds is okay. I do like it better when George says it, because it does henshin sequence, and then George says his own Kamen Rider name, because he's kind of a narcissist like that. That's actually pretty dope.
Yeah.
I don't get why it says go over though. Go over what? I don't know what you're going over.
Over everyone else, including the other tribe.
Yep. So anyway, ReVice and Ikki start fighting Juga. Juga still hates his dad and all his daddy issues. I must prove I am stronger than my dad. And Ikki's like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. It's only because of your dad, because of the combination of you and your dad's skills. Because of your family bond, that is why ReVice is so strong. Now that jazz. Because the show all comes back to family. I do like that, at least. They stick to their core theme. I'll give them that. They beat the shit out of George. They block his rider kick first, and then they rider kick him back. Proving who's stronger, so... Nice job. George is down. Hiromi puts the final nail in the coffin by showing him some old childhood drawings of George's that apparently his dad based the ReVice gear on. Or I suppose it would be George and his dad both were based the ReVice gears on these old childhood drawings. Like just a badass dinosaur. Because that's what kids do.
I'm taking
George remembers all the happy times that he had with his dad. And that love and connection created ReVice. And then George finally breaks down, just like, I miss you, Daddy. Why did you have to go? Why?
Because you didn't talk to your dad, George.
George, you need a George just needs to go to therapy at the end of the day.
So do I.
A lot of people need to go to therapy at the end of the day.
I could use some therapy.
I'm pretty sure a
Yeah.
lot of people need a good therapy, man.
Right?
Last scene of the Juga arc
through it.
is Daiji and Sakura walk up to Ikki and just say, they are like, hey Ikki, good job. You did good. And Ikki's just like, Vice, who the hell are these folks? And Daiji and Sakura, they promised they would keep their smile on, but they start crying, trying to hold the smile on their face, because Ikki has now forgotten everyone in his family. Sucks. Then we get to the final arc. Yep, we get to the final arc. So the final arc opens with Vice sitting in a back room, just like recapping what happened so far. Completely skipping over to Juga arc, by the way. Yeah, we beat the big boss, GIF. Who cares about Juga? That didn't happen. Oh well. Iggy forgot his old family, so this was the only thing I could do to help him.
Oh,
So it makes it seem like Vice is gonna be fine, but we'll get to that. So, they attempt to resume normal life once again. George and Hiromi are apparently bros now, chilling in the bathtub together. Because that's what they do.
As they should.
Another lesson is everybody just needs to take a bath.
Who's not taking baths here?
No, as in like
Who's stanky? Who?
hot. Like,
I mean, I usually take showers, not baths.
no, those kind of baths that the Japanese would call like.
You gotta take a
hot
relaxing
thing.
bath after you take a shower.
I know, Blaze. I'm trying to make a joke. Anyway. Iggy's trying to reintegrate into this family he completely forgot about, but he has no idea what he's doing. He doesn't remember any of these people at all. They're all just strangers to him, so it's just awkward. I do actually like that. He's just like, I don't know anything about those people. Who are they? I don't know. It's weird. So Iggy just up and leaves with Vice and goes off on his own. He gets an apartment from... He actually borrows an apartment from Phoenix. Apparently some old Phoenix dorms. Hiromi just gives him an apartment that he doesn't have to pay rent on. Lucky bastard.
Nice. Yeah, yo, you know what, Hiromi, since you're like MVP, give me an apartment, dude. I could use one. And then
So anyway, Hiromi and George help Icky move in. George pulls Vice to the side and is just like, so he forgot all the memories of his family. That theoretically should mean his contract is null and void with you. So why doesn't he remember anything? What's going on? Why does Icky still not remember? Mysteries. So it then proceeds to Iggy and Vice just kind of hanging out, living their lives, going to the store, buying food, cooking.
Wait a minute. Astro, I didn't know you I'm gonna hug you, bro. Thanks for the sub, Astro. I appreciate it.
Hey, more subs. Nice.
Astro, I did not. Oh, I feel terrible. I did not see that till just now. I was trying not to die. I apologize. Continue.
Alright, anyway. They're chilling out. Eventually it's nighttime. Vice is just like talking about like their new life together. Vice is kind of like, so no matter. Vice is like, do you think we'll always be together, Icky? And Nicky's like, you think? Oh, Vice is like, do you think we'll always be partners? And Nicky's like, no, we're not partners. We're family. All right, Icky. I guess I'm your family then. And the next day, Icky goes off to get a job. He's in a full suit and tie, and he goes to a ramen shop. And just like, he's just like, I promise, Mr. Ramen Guy, I'll do the best I can. The Ramen Guy is just like, you want to start now? Really? You're the first guy in my 30-plus years of ramen to walk into a job interview in a suit and tie. You're hired.
See, people. Sometimes it's all you need. A suit and tie. I did that once. And I tell you, they still didn't give me a job. I tried.
Oh no.
Well,
Thankfully, all my interviews were over the phone, so.
no. But lucky. Anyway, continue.
Alright. We get more of George and Hiromi's bromance.
Yeah,
They're
my
chilling out in a
boyfriend.
cafe. Chilling out in a cafe eating parfaits. So. Then Vice shows up and just like, it's time for me to become a demon. Time for me to be the demon I'm supposed to be. Iggy gets back home and there's no Vice in the apartment. Where did he go?
Also, the ketchup message.
Also the ketchup. I feel kind of bad though because he lays out like two plates with cake to celebrate the new job, and Vice, and this cake just sitting on the table. He literally fell asleep on the table waiting for Vice to show up to eat cake.
Sounds like a date gone wrong. Can't share my anniversary.
Anyway, he wakes up the next morning. He gets a call from the spa. Trouble at the spa. The spa's been attacked. Everyone's gone. Julio's in a pile, just lying against the door, covered in blood. Oh god, what happened here?
Just Julio things.
Just Julio things.
Just Julio. Doing for real.
So Hiromi and George bust in with an iPad, live streaming Vice going on a rampage outside. Like, wait, Vice, what are you doing? So they run outside, and Genta's there confronting Vice. Genta's just like, how could you do that to my family? You're gonna pay henshin! And we finally get the stream back. Woohoo! Get to stream for another episode. Let's go. Freaking loved the streams too. It's great. Unfortunately, the stream proceeds to get bodied by Vice, turning into a giant rubber duck. And then the stream gets eaten. It's unfortunate, but oh well. Couldn't last. Anyway, so Genta gets rolled. Iggy proceeds, steps up the Vice, just like, Vice, what the heck are you doing? Let's just go home. Vice is just like, this is what I've wanted since the beginning. This has all been part of my master plan. Everything is going according to Keikaku.
No.
No offense. From what I heard, Vice was smart.
Keikaku means plan.
Vice is finally, I was able to finally eat your family. Besides, it's not like you remember them anyway. What do you care?
That is true.
Iggy's just like, Vice, why did you do this? I'm finally free. And then they proceed to henshin and they start fighting. Vice, why? Because this is all my fault. And because I'm your demon, it's also your fault. So we gotta fix this.
Logical.
Meanwhile, off to the side, Genta's watching, and then George, Hiromi, and Julio comes back, and they're all fine. They're just like, is this for the best? Is this really the best plan? Probably the best plan. Off to another corner behind a different building, we have the rest of the family, plus Aguilera. You can see there. And I love that Sakura is just holding a ketchup bottle for some reason.
Those are ketchup. Congrats on your win, fellas. Frag. Hey, buddy. Not
So, they just spell out the plan in this episode.
I can't hear you. What?
I was gonna say, can you send Storm Shock and everybody if you have an
Yes.
If it seems like I am annoyed, I've had a terrible Saturday.
Oh no. Oh well, maybe talking about ReVice will make it better after we through the recap. Anyway, so they spell out the plan. Vice's plan here is to basically he just wants Icky to fight him. Really, Icky just needs to fight anyone, but he will work. Gonna get Icky to henshin and fight, and eventually that will cause Icky to lose even more memories of Vice, which should theoretically null the contract. But in doing so, he'll lose all memories of Vice, and Vice will disappear. That is the plan.
Continue, my friend.
Yes, that's basically the end of that episode. They're about to fight, finish it off, and then we get to the finale. So so they deal the final blow to each other. They both get rolled, and Icky just comes back up after being rolled, and just like, Vice, you're a part of my family. What is going on? Vice is just like, God damn it! You still remember me after all? How many memories do I have with you, dude? This shouldn't take this long.
Yeah.
Vice, what the fuck is going on? He hears Lovekov off to the side of the building, which basically reveals the whole plan. Lovekov spoiled everything. God damn it, Lovekov.
Nah, Lovekov's best demon. I want to Lovekov.
So we get the little flashbacks of Vice staging all the carnage and everything, covering himself with ketchup. And Icky realizes what Vice is trying to do and is just like, Vice, get up! It's time for round 2. You hate me, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, I hate you. I can't wait to get rid of you. Well, you better not hold back then. Actually, I do really like that moment. Like, the finale episode is actually really good. It's a really nice
Yeah, they
finale.
avoided doing the thing that everyone was cheering.
They did avoid the thing. We'll get to that.
Mm.
So we get the flashback with Vice explaining his plan to the family. It's like, we just need to get Iggy to Henshin one more time. Then he'll forget about me. He'll remember everyone else. I'll disappear, and you guys will all keep him happy. Iggy would object to his plan, you know, and Vice is like, I know. I don't care. This is for the best.
Good job, Vice. You're not a dickhead.
Vice is, in fact, not a dick. So basically, the family just called up a whole bunch of people that they helped from the first arc of Vice, of ReVice. Like his one-day girlfriend, Bon. They called up Spada, which was nice.
No.
Nice to get a Spada cameo.
Yeah. Gotta connect everything. Gotta connect.
So anyway, and then Vice and Icky just start having like a goofy fight. They're not really fighting; they're just having fun with each other.
Gotta see your brother off with the wrestling match.
Yeah, it's just a nice jovial fight. Sakura and Daiji talk about their relationship with their demons. Like, you think we'll have to say goodbye to our demons one day? It's like, maybe. It's all part of growing up.
Oh, puberty.
While they're doing this, Icky and Vice are going through like all their OG forms.
Minus G.
You see Megalodon, we see Kamakiri, and Xaid. They just skip out on Xaid and Geo's forms. Brachio and Jackal, there we go.
Because Live still has Jackal. Give it up, man.
Okay, fair. We get that. We get a callback to the Saber cameo for ReVice.
Oh.
We get a callback for that.
Nobody wanted
We didn't need one, but we got it anyways. Just have a fun fight. Mom and Dad are talking. Dad, Genta has this one line where I seriously envy being able to fight one's other half with a smile that big. Hey Vale, do you think we can fight like that someday as best friends? And Vale's just like, no, you asshole. Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. We get to see the hover bike again. Finally. One last hover bike through the sky. Let's go. But I think that means the hover bike's been in what, 4 episodes? I think? That might be generous. We see the hover bike again. And right before they're about to go into Volcano, Vice runs out of energy and he just gets rolled by nothing. They both de-henshin. Final moments by each other. Vice is dying in Icky's arms. Or disappearing. Nikki promises, I'll remember you. No matter what it takes, I will remember you. Thanks, Icky. It's been fun. And then Vice disappears. And Icky starts crying for a little bit, and then he stops crying because he completely forgets. He just looks up at his family and is like, hey guys, I feel like it's been a while. Why are you guys all crying? What happened? Why am I in this park in the grass? What just happened?
Everything.
We get a little rolling shot of all the pictures that Icky disappeared from. He's now reappearing in all the old pictures, so everything's back to normal. Fine, it's time for the epilogue. Back in the spa, the family's cleaning up, preparing for another day. Iggy finds a little demonic rubber ducky. Just like, wait, what's this duck? Looks kind of ugly. It's our guardian spirit. Are you sure you can't just... No, you can't just toss it. Okay. Whatever you guys say.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Daiji and Hiromi have now... they've taken over Phoenix and renamed it to Bluebird. And that will be the new Phoenix story. So, Phoenix is now Bluebird. Julio and Aguilera are still working there. Repaying for their crimes, as it were. Kagero has this one line where he's just like, you know, Blackbird would have been a better name than Bluebird.
Yeah. Because
Bad omen with bad taste equals rejected. And that's I believe that's mostly to set up for Daiji and Hiromi's V Cinema.
Oh.
We shall see.
Yeah, I mean...
We catch up with Sakura. Sakura meets Hikaru. Hikaru does not ask Sakura out on a date.
Thank
so.
God. I'm not gonna ruin that.
Sakura is just hanging out with Lovekov, because apparently Lovekov is just like her Pokemon now. Basically. And Sakura's going into medical school. She's gonna be a doctor, so.
You're gonna meet Emma.
You know it.
And Bree. All of it.
The dad starts his YouTube channel back up, but now the mom is the face of the YouTube channel. Yugi's Happy Channel. It's gonna absolutely explode in popularity.
Where goes though?
And we get next thing is Ortega's in jail. Ortega is still alive. That son of a bitch.
Yeah, thanks, Gifford.
And George visits him in prison, just like, hey, Ortega. I don't know why George is there, just to gloat. I don't know. Well, actually, I kind of do know. So, a little bit of news I might have actually forgot about is, I don't know if I mentioned this last week or what, but there was a teaser. The Twitter account said that if they got some number of followers, they would do Kamen Rider Juga versus Kamen Rider. They didn't say the full name, but Kamen Rider Juga versus Kamen Rider Ortega. So apparently that's in the pipeline, which this would be setting up as.
That's interesting. I don't know why they do that though.
Neither do I.
Gotta get them
Anyway,
things
Ortega's in
done,
jail.
I guess.
Ortega's in jail. George visits him for some reason. I guess just to set up that possible spinoff. Anyway, George walks out. Hiromi's sitting on a bench waiting for him with flowers. Just like, okay, dude, you gotta go visit your dad's grave. Like, properly this time. Alright, go talk to your dad, who's dead. Get over it. Last little bit of epilogue is Icky just chilling. Icky remembers all of his soccer buddies. So remember that one arc in ReVice? That one arc that you didn't like? Well, too bad. It's relevant. We see his old soccer buddies, including Vice's voice actor once again. He's back in the show for the final episode. They meet him, and they get an actual cameo from an actual like professional soccer player, Kazuyoshi Miura, who's like an actual pro soccer player that they got for ReVice.
Nice.
Apparently, Icky's a big fan, so nice job, ReVice. Nice job.
Damn.
And Icky's apparently his new dream is to go pro in soccer. So go for it, Icky. You can do
I
it.
forgot to keep letting everybody ready up. I was just been mashing. Just a rematch. Just a thing. Oh.
And we also get one final scene of the family all gathered for dinner. They're actually having a nice family gathering, unlike the last time. Celebrating everything, the end of everything going on. And Icky lets out one line where he sounds like Vice, and everyone just kind of looks at him and just like, what was that? Icky's just like, did I say something weird? No, everything's good. So, Vice lives on in some way in Icky.
Inside of.
Yep, we get the final little thing. Thanks for a year of support. Aw, it's a nice little ending. But surprise twist! Kamen Rider is doing handoffs now.
I swear that's a scene from the upcoming show. It's not a.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's literally just a handoff.
Listen,
I don't think it's a scene from the movie. I think it's literally just Icky walks out, finds the box, and
it just
and
feels
freaking
like
Geets shows up and is just like, hey, that's my box. I'm taking over now.
It feels like it would be though, and that's why I'm just like, I'll eat my head.
I get why you think it's from the movie, but I don't think it is. I think this is a handoff.
I mean,
I think this is
it
a
is.
Sentai style handoff, but now in Kamen
No,
Rider.
it totally is a handoff. I feel like it was like I don't know, a handoff, but also feel like
We shall see if this is referenced at all in the
I'm
movie.
gonna
Maybe
eat
it is.
my head.
Maybe it isn't. But that is the ReVice recap, or at least the recap of stuff that we hadn't talked about yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Juke arc is, it's
Well,
unnecessary, but,
let's wrap up for Jorge. So.
I guess. I do like the finale arc. It was a really well done finale arc.
Well,
Like
y'all know what
a
time
logical
it is.
conclusion for how to end the show, and it worked really well.
We spent 30 years beating up Decker. Now we can talk about ReVice fully this time. All right. So
Oh,
you know what it is. You know what we gotta do. We will break it down bit by bit. Welcome to the
Right.
retrospective, because that's literally it.
it is now time for the ReVice retrospective and review officially.
So we're gonna break
So-
it down arc per arc. There's like 3 to 4 arcs in the show. 3 to
All right.
4. So let's talk about the first arc, which was dealing with the Deadmans. What y'all feel?
Yes.
We're gonna go around the table. What y'all feel about
From,
arc
like,
one?
Just for context, from like the opening scene to like the premiere of when they blew up the
Yeah.
UFO, or
Yeah, when they blew up the UFO.
okay, yep. Which, by the way, there was a UFO in ReVice. Remember that?
Yeah, that felt like a arc one type of dealio.
That felt like an eternity ago. My God.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, I felt like ReVice had a pretty solid opening.
Yeah.
Like the opening arc, there was a lot of classic like 2-part episodes, or maybe just like one episode plots were very episodic.
You gotta love
Overall,
the monster of the week.
Hmm?
Said you gotta love the monsters of the week.
We got some classic monsters of the week, so unfortunately those didn't last. It was sad, but
Yeah. Kamen Rider keeps doing that thing, and I wish they stopped doing it. Either do it or don't do it.
but yeah, got that. A lot of the early plots were pretty solid. Like I still remember the X-Aid one with the cheetah dude, like that whole thing with his son, and then there was like his 1-episode girlfriend. They just got that out of the way.
Yeah. It was solid. We got a good setup with the Deadmans. The whole thing with Gifu and the sacrifice. You thought that would go somewhere. You would think that would go.
Yeah, no, you definitely did. It definitely seemed like it was going. The whole Deadman's plot. The Deadmans were actually like probably the best group of villains we had in the show. Like the early Deadmans, the first iteration of them. we
Yeah,
got.
and they had some like the whole aesthetic with the Day of the Dead aesthetic that they decided
The
to rock
aesthetic was great. Julio's best look, ironically enough, is with the sombrero. That's like his best look in the whole show.
Worst hair, best clothes.
with. Yeah.
Gracias, gentlemen.
Oh, and Chameleon Dude! I fucking love Chameleon Dude.
Yeah,
He was
Chameleon.
great, criminally underutilized.
Criminally underutilized, 100%.
You know what? They could have used that. They could have used that with Harumi more. But,
Also, yeah,
we'll get.
I
to
will
that
say
in
I
the
do
podcast.
like all the writers' introductions. I felt like were very, very well done. I thought Abel and Live's introduction really well done. I know that Echo will sing for days the praises
I
of
will
John's
sing
debut.
the praises of John because. Okay, we'll talk since this is part of the first arc, right? Who, out of all the Kamen Riders, who had the best debut?
I
I know who Dun's gonna go with.
Do you?
I mean,
I'm actually mulling it
Isn't
over
it-
in my brain right now.
I'm
like-
amazed because I thought for you it was
Evil.
live.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, because I really liked Live's debut. Thematically, from like a story perspective, I really liked Live's debut. It's not as flashy as John's debut, I will fully admit, but story-wise, I think his is the best debut out of them. Other than
Icky's was just average. It was like, oh, standard start.
yeah, it's a standard like first episode thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably say Lives because I do really like Evil and Live. I love them in the first arc. I really hate what they do to them later, but I love them in the first arc. We'll get to that.
Yeah, treating Evil and Live. But
I really like Hiromi's arc. Hiromi was a nice surprise.
Yes.
Coming out of left field. I'll give him that.
Hiromi was a nice surprise. So yeah, mine is Jeans because that felt more like a main writer debut than Icky's actual debut. you had.
I'm not gonna argue with that. It's a really flashy debut.
No, because like they had the build up for her, trying to literally she overcame her own weakness, or at least part of it. Did her henshin, and like it didn't work the first time, but when they made it work, then she was kicking all types of ass, like a main writer should. Again, Icky.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Icky just happened to be there and was like, yeah, no, I'm not letting this happen in henshins. But freaking Evil and Live, it was good in the sense that, you know, like, it was good in the sense of story and thematics. Like,
yeah, I do actually. I really like the whole Evil Live arc when we were first getting that. Like when Evil was first introduced, he was an actual threat, and I dig that.
Yeah, they didn't have much planned after that. Like,
yeah.
We'll get to that. But yeah,
we'll get to that.
Yeah. Out of the first arc though, was solid. I didn't find any lows in the first arc, which is crazy. Like, I can understand the pacing being a bit fast. I didn't feel that with ReVice. Maybe that's just because.
No, I didn't feel it either really because it was episodic. There wasn't really a huge overarching plot. Yeah, there was the threat of the Deadmans, but it's not like they were actively planning something like
the Deadmans.
It wasn't like there was an imminent threat on the horizon.
Yeah, it was just like we gotta prepare to get something different. But like arc 1, pretty solid. We had the debut form with Barrett Rex. I was like, okay, see the form changes were good. They didn't stop using them after a while either. And by that I mean like they still continued to use them after they got the upgrade form, which I thought was neat.
Yeah, after at least after Barrett Rex and Volcano.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, this is cool.
I'm actually surprised they didn't introduce Volcano right away. It is like one form that directly leads to another upgrade form, but I'm happy that Barrett Rex by itself got its time to shine.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen before where the previous form doesn't get a lot of time to shine.
Looking at you, Shining Hopper. Looking at you.
Respect. Pour one out.
Pour one out. You know, I'm a drink to that. Hold on. Take a shot to Shining Hopper. GG.
But they learned from their mistakes. Barrett Rex gets a really good debut. It makes sense why Vice only had a shield for the first half of that upgrade form.
Yeah, because George
and
doesn't like.
And then we get Volcano and just like, oh, okay, that's what they're going.
And like, yeah, I'm glad they did the whole thing where like, no, the form doesn't go away. It's like Shining Hopper. It just, you know, we give it to.
It just transfers over to the other guy.
So it worked. It worked. Arc 1 was overall solid. The forms.
It works overall.
Solid. The remix forms, on the other hand, they go die on fire.
Yeah, the remix form. There's some of them at work okay. Mostly the ones where Vice is already an inanimate object, like Jackal. I think Jackal's is probably the best. But then again, I'm a next state stand, so.
the worst offender. The worst offender of the remix ones is Grasshopper and do something.
0-1. 0-1. Neobata. It wasn't even in the show, and it was the worst offender.
Crazy, right? Yeah, about time. That was the one, and
The form itself, though, before they like actually transform into the Abomination, I think it's pretty clean. I like the ReVice 01. But when they remix, though, it just goes down the cheap.
what was the other terrible one? Was it Brachio? No, Brachio was okay. I thought Brachio was okay. And that's not just being the Geo thing. It's
The Brachio remix is just ReVice standing on Vice's back,
yeah.
trying to be like the neck of the dinosaur.
Was it the lion? No, it was the lion.
I do like the lion one. I think the lion was probably the best remix of the actual animal ones.
Yeah, it was definitely the least worst.
Least offensive. I'm glad they stopped doing the remix ones, even though they brought it back for the final bit. But you know.
Well, yeah, it's the final one. You gotta do the callbacks.
Favorite too.
Which one?
The Decade one.
Oh, Megalodon. Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan of that one either. But yeah,
We already talked about the.
Alright, let's Frank, what you think about?
Yeah, we already talked about the villains. I do of the first arc. I think Chameleon was definitely my favorite of the first arc villains.
Yeah.
100%.
You
And
thought it
totally
would get
underutilized.
somewhere, you know. Thought it would get somewhere with
Yeah, they really should. Just because it ties in there, I might as well talk about his death now, because it's like that transition into the second arc.
Yeah.
Just like, man, they did him dirty. They did him dirty.
Also, that one
He like
dude kept
tries to
calling-
impersonate the mom, and they just figure out the plan immediately and kick
that
the
one
shit out of
dude-
him, and he dies.
was the guy who kept calling Icky a busybody. That guy.
Oh, the lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah, when the sacrifices happen, I'm like, oh, we really went there for our fun. Okay. Cool. Get your sacrifice on.
And then there was a Planaria dude who was just like, okay, dude. Okay.
That guy.
I would have liked if they stuck around a little bit longer, you know, but no, they all of those like new Deadmans that they recruited just all got off screen, not off screen, but they all got killed in
Off
fairly
screen.
short order.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfortunate because I kind of like those guys, and I felt like they could have carried on in Act 2. Anyway,
Craig, what you think about Arc 1?
It's the early portion of ReVice is definitely where it's strongest, because it can largely do whatever it wants and get away with it. It felt like it was building towards anything, or at least trying to do its own thing. Definitely has a few enjoyable moments. The Deadmans are great. When the Deadmans go down, the show goes down with them.
yeah,
I can see that perspective. And the only reason I say that is because of what goes on near the end of Arc 2. So Arc 2 is Old Tekka time.
yeah. Ortega takes over as main bad guy.
And I won't lie to you. Old Tekka, like Arc 2 plus Arc 1, really solid for me. Because it's like, okay, Deadmans are defeated. Why? Because Old Tekka has a plan to become basically king of demons at that point and take over the world.
Yep.
Okay.
We also get Demon's little arc, an actual like proper arc revolving around like Hiromi's character and all that.
Yeah.
So I just want to mention that because I like that arc.
Yeah, and like, you know what? Even though it eventually became writer versus writer, it wasn't like an egregious, like, where it's just like all the writers are fighting each other. No, it's just the dude who took the Demon's driver and said, yeah.
Yeah, it was. I do like that plan though. Ortega, that was a brilliant like master stroke there. Nice plan, dude. Like,
Yeah. And like, even then, it's like the driver, because the Demon's driver had a mind of its own. It's like, yeah, you know, I like you. We'll make it work. So,
yeah.
like,
And then they killed killed quote unquote Hiromi. I love how they were were teasing that Hiromi was gonna die like everywhere. It's just like,
Yeah, because
oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna lay down his life, and it's gonna be the end. Hiromi's gonna die. And then they threw him off a cliff, and oh no, he's dead. And then next episode, they're like, oh wait, no, he's fine.
no, because
He's
right
just chilling
after-
back home.
This is the one thing I didn't like during ReVice's airing. After something happens, literally they announce, "Oh no, there's just a special you gotta watch for this." Oh, you like that?
Yeah,
literally-
like the.
Oh god.
As soon as Hiromi was off that cliff, they announced Dear Gaga, which is, oh, here's what Hiromi's gonna be doing.
Yeah, so Hiromi goes back to visit his mom.
Yeah.
essentially. And the most.
We'll get to that when you talk about the spin-offs and stuff.
Yeah. And like, okay, like Arc 2. I think. Yeah, Arc 2 was fine the way it was with Old Tekken taking over. And like.
Otega taking over is fine. Julio. Julio and the Day Born a Volcano. That's also really good. I like that.
Sick debut from Volcano.
Julio's like final moments as relevant to the show. His final bit of relevance in this show during the premiere of Volcano form.
Yeah,
That is great.
It was great. We get the Aguilera and Sakura continuation, which started in Arc 1. Because Aguilera had some weird obsession with Sakura for some reason. And
I think it's just because Sakura was also a girl and she had no female friends.
that would make sense. And they just kept going from there. Right? So it was like, alright, let them fight. We'll have a thing with them, I guess. It was solid for the most part. And then this is where
Yeah, fairly overall. And then I'm just going through. Oh, and then there was like the mid-season finale. Or no, have we gotten to Rolling Vice yet? Or no? Where does Act 2 end? Where does Arc 2 end?
Arc 2 ends with Rolling Vices around that time, and we get introduced to the Weekend.
Okay. Well, that's in Arc 2, so yeah, the weekends.
The Weekend. And this is where I can admit, as much as I really did love ReVice, I can admit these guys were unnecessary.
I felt they were unnecessary, especially that early in the show.
No,
We did not need.
ReVice,
Well, we also have Phoenix going around, which and Phoenix wasn't evil yet.
Yeah, and like
So-
here's the thing. I feel like the whole plan with Phoenix has like a darkness to it. You know what I'm saying? Daiji's caught up in it. The darkness is what took out Hiromi and all that type of stuff, right? That's all well and good. Introducing the Weekend was a waste because they weren't needed. You didn't have to have the Weekend to show that Phoenix was bad. You didn't have to have the Weekend involved because George's dad was a part of the Weekend. You didn't need any of that. You didn't need Sakura's friend being a part of the Weekend. They could have just been normal neighbors who could have pushed, who could have developed Sakura more by having, her friend get caught up in something. Her neighbors get caught up in something because she really likes.
Yeah, just normal dead man shenanigans.
Yeah,
not...
they didn't need the Weekend. The Weekend is the weakest part of ReVice for me. Weakest part. The Rolling Vice stuff was cool because they didn't need the Weekend. You could have had George's dad still working from behind the scenes, just cause he felt bad about his time at the Weekend with the Phoenix.
And you could theoretically have the Weekend organization once you get to Arc 3, and just have the Weekend form there when Phoenix does turn well and truly evil.
Or even better. At the end, instead of it being Bluebird, just call it the Weekend.
Ah, okay.
Like I like Bluebird as a better name though. So, like, you know where I'm going.
Bluebird is a better name.
But you know where I'm going with this. You feel me?
No, yeah, I'm feeling you. So yeah, the Weekend was introduced in part 2. And then we get to Rolling Vice and Thundergale.
So yeah,
I do like Rolling Vice. That's That's probably his best suit, just because it's not screaming at your face with the colors.
Yeah, and then they pulled it. They ruined that suit, but I like the
By
so I
turning it
forgive
into Thundergale.
Yeah. Greg, what you think of Arc 2?
What are we qualifying as Arc 2?
Olteka's defeat, introduction of the weekend. So everything up until
Ortega gets eaten right by.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Until Thundergale's premiere. That's the end of Arc 2. We're calling it.
Yeah.
The premiere of Thundergale / Death of Ortega.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I did like that. Seeing George in the demon suit, I thought was pretty cool. It was neat for the time. We didn't know George was going to turn into a different writer later, so at the time it was pretty neat.
So yeah, after Deadman's defeat is Arc 1. Everything after that, leading into Olteka's defeat, is Arc 2.
Up until like mid-season, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. As far as the weekend is concerned, you could have removed them entirely, and the show would not have suffered in the slightest.
Exactly.
You would not notice them being gone if they were removed. They feel like they try really hard to force them to be relevant and in there, and it just doesn't work. They try to make you care about any of the members way too late.
Thanks.
Like they do that. I think that's even after Arc 2. They get around to trying to make you care about any of the weekend members,
Right.
and it's just like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Like, why are they here? Why am I here? Who's this guy? What? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's like the portion where it gets wrapped up with Olteka dying and Gifu finally moving is like, okay, finally this show's going somewhere. After the mid finale with the Deadman's being whacked,
For good this time.
it's just like it definitely felt like somebody hadn't planned for what they were gonna do for the entire rest of the show. Like they had an end game, they had an early game, and they had no idea what to do in the middle.
Yeah.
They were just like, just do things. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the main idea is like the whole Icky and Vice stuff. I think that was definitely the end game that they had planned, and tying all of that together from the Deadman's to that is the issue. So someone higher up was like, okay, you guys gotta connect it while making sure to show our merch. So here, do this. And since it's a writer anniversary, throw in the evil organization. The kids love that, And it's like, the Phoenix. We got a taste of what Phoenix.
We got a
Evil
taste
Side
of
was.
like the evil behind the scenes. We meet Akaishi, aka obviously evil director, being obviously evil.
Yeah. But it definitely was the fact that the weekend itself is they're a low point for ReVice for me as a whole, but not like in terms of episodes. There's only really one, maybe two low points in terms of episodes.
Yeah, I think Arc 2 for me overall was fairly fine. It's a decent continuation off of Act 1.
Yeah.
Since Ortega is able to carry the villain role on his shoulders fairly well.
We get introduced to Gale as well. I think is it Gale or Vale?
Vale. Where is Vale's internet? Hold on. Oh yeah, that says during Act 2.
Yeah.
The Vale arc is actually really good. I do like the Vale arc.
And it continues to promote an origin, which you have to watch. Which is
I do like the
solid.
that's probably the best spinoff. We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
But I really like the Vale arc, and it's the origin of the Igarashi powers and why all the siblings are able to turn into writers as effectively as they are. I like that. That's a great bit of world building there. Back to Ortega for a little bit. I thought he had a very fitting end to him, personally.
Yeah, Ortega was hard carrying as a villain. You still had the monsters of the week.
He was.
Because Ortega needed them to not only be a distraction, but to also just kind of keeping him away as he tries to power himself up, all that good stuff. Veil being introduced and how he uses Veil or how they work together on some things just so he can.
Yeah, no.
It was
All
good.
that is fairly decent. Arc 2 is fairly decent. Not as strong as Act 1, but it's okay. It doesn't completely drop the ball. Doesn't completely. It stumbles, but we haven't completely dropped the ball yet.
No,
we don't drop the ball until we get to Arc 3.
Arc 3 is definitely the weakest arc, and I say that as as someone who genuinely and thoroughly enjoyed the show. And
how far are we going for Arc 3? To the end of the show? Or till Gift's dead?
Let's see. Yeah, till Gift's dead. Till Gift's dead.
Okay, yeah, till the final boss, essentially.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, because it all just works out that way. So,
yeah.
like Arc 2 introduced us to, the weekend and the dark side of Phoenix and all that there. Like,
yeah, and this is where all that
ReVice
comes to the forefront, and it doesn't work too great. Well, to start off, Arc 3 kicks off with the soccer thing, the soccer arc, introducing Iggy's whole amnesia plot, which I like the amnesia plot. Did not like the soccer arc.
Yeah, the soccer two-parter was... First off, I don't like Vice's voice actor. That's for
personal reasons and what he said off the show. Not
yeah,
for...
that's offshore reasons. I already ranted about that enough. Luckily,
yeah.
That's not missing. Twitch. But again, that was probably the weakest two-parter. Period. I think the comedian one was too. It wasn't like I still enjoyed it, but I didn't.
That wasn't part 2, but
okay.
That didn't detract as much as
yeah.
from the overall thing, because it was still Rolling Vice and we were still developing like Rolling Vice in charge and all that stuff. So
the Rolling Vice stuff was good. It's just like the not Rolling Vice part that was kind of weird.
The like unique characters, like the comedians themselves. I get you, and all
But,
that
like,
stuff.
Oh,
Anyway,
boy.
we get the soccer arc. We do get the one highlight is probably John and Aguilera's resolution.
Sisterhood, apparently. That's what Toei wanted us to do.
That's what Toei said.
But Toei, there was too many I love yous and everything else going on with that. It was like, that's not how you like. No.
But that's probably like the best part of Arc 3, let's be real.
Yeah, John carried Arc 3. Let's be real.
That two-parter there where her and Aguilera finished do their resolve thing. Yep. Then after that is really when Phoenix and obviously Evil Director takes over as the main bad guys, and they are not compelling villains at all.
Speaking of Arc 2, because I remember Otech was still around, one of the best parts of Arc 2 was Daiji's power-up introduction.
Oh, Holy Wing, yeah.
Yes,
Holy Wing was great. I love Holy Wing.
Because
I hate what they did with it later, but I love Holy Wing.
Because it's very much Daiji's character is supposed to be done at this point, right? He overcomes his demons and he gets a new power-up. That's supposed to be the end of Daiji's story.
Unfortunately, we still have over half the show left to go.
And we don't have many villains left because Otech is gone.
Right.
Not
so
leaving.
So what they decided to do is have Daiji join the bad guys.
Essentially.
For some reason, some misguided sense of righteousness, which just doesn't make any sense at all. I will get to it when we talk about Daiji character in specific, but that could have been done so much better.
ReVice definitely went downhill. ReVice did have some highs during that arc, but there was more lows than highs during Act 3.
They did. Just talking about it, probably the highest high of that whole arc, and actually my favorite episode of the entire season is Veil versus the Stream.
Yeah, because if you again, this is where you kind of should watch the spin-off, because like even if there's like bits and pieces going on, you know what I'm saying? you get the full origin with that, and you get to see why that's. Like,
You do.
different.
It's a nice end capstone. That's the word I'm thinking of. It's a nice capstone to the whole Veil origin
Oh, that was
thing.
fun.
It ties back into like the whole theme of having to work with your demons and like getting better through your demons because the other option would have been to just kill Veil or something, which would kind of work against the whole thing they're doing. So fusing them back together was a really smart decision. And just that fight in general is just amazingly well done. Cinematography and everything, and the My Dream playing over the background of it, the solo version. Oh, it works to perfection. It's so good.
Yeah.
So freaking good. And he does that all to try and finally break through to Daiji, which kind of works.
Yeah, for a
But
second.
really, it does for a second. But then Daiji is just like, oh, I guess I gotta form a contract with Gift now. At least Daiji does kill the evil director, because that guy deserved to die.
Oh, yeah,
I did not
100%.
like him at all. He was
That
just...
dude was weird, cause like, as a villain,
He was weird.
he was fine, right? Cause like you gotta have the weird, creepy villain. Him trying to project himself as Daiji's father.
As like
was also
Daiji's
weird.
dad is that was
But
weird.
You kind of have to hate the dude, so like
He
that's
had this
awesome.
whole backstory where apparently he's like hundreds of years old surveying humanity, but you don't see any of that.
Nope.
Like, I was fairly certain like that was all bullshit this whole time, but whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
And again, the stuff with the weekend was just even worse. Cause like George and his dad, you get all the daddy issues at the forefront, which gets to part 4, which is basically the epilogue. So like,
we do get, and then they have to make weekend riders now because
Yeah,
they're
and
going to
this-
war.
Oh, the weekend riders, like the stormtrooper characters, sure, that works. You didn't really see them much, but you know they're there at this point, so okay, I get it. Right.
Over Demons didn't need to exist. Let's just get it out of the way.
The
Over
biggest-
Demons did not need to exist.
The biggest thing I hate about the weekend is definitely Over Demons. Because you tried to make him relevant.
They tried to make him relevant by making him a writer immediately, and that's just not how you do it.
Yeah, and like, here's the worst part.
You-
You could have did that for Julio and it would have been fine.
It would have been better. I don't know if it would have been
Hell,
great.
they knew they were going to do it for Julio, which is why they already gave it to Julio immediately afterwards.
Right?
Well,
So it was
Hikaru
like-
had it for like 10 episodes
No, he
before
means,
Julio
like-
Right,
got
but
it.
we see him show up in it maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
And they're for like seconds after his
Alright,
first fight.
fine.
It's pretty, it's wholly irrelevant. You'd never know if
I'll
you
give-
just gave it to Julio.
Yeah,
instead.
alright. I will say they at least tried to give Hikaru some like development after he became over demons, but it's 100% too little, too late. Like,
Way too late. You know, like, tying it back to Saber, and I know you're not gonna like this, but you know how I felt about them, like, not having Ren around, and then when Ren's around...
oh no, I agree with Ren. That should have happened a lot earlier.
It should have happened a lot earlier. That's what I mean by, like, over demons just being there. Nah, not it. It's not it.
Yeah. If Hikaru hadn't become over demons until after his dad died, quote unquote dad died, if that was the moment when he became a Kamen Rider after that to get revenge for his dad, I would be a little bit more okay with it. It wouldn't be great, but it would at least make sense.
No, but
So,
here's the thing.
I'll
It's
say
the
that.
fact that the family's the weekend because they're working under George's dad. Again, you didn't need that. Again, if they were just like like the Igarashi's neighbors, who were, you know, just chilling, they got caught up, and you know they got hurt, and like while the parents are like recovering or they die, and then Hikaru becomes a Kamen Rider. That would have been great. Because at that
That
point, he
you
would
know
have felt
I can
like,
see that.
yeah, he would have felt like Sakura's secondary at that point.
That's one way to look at it. But no, Sakura's actual secondary we get is Aguilera.
who had a better arc. Even she's a lot better than Hikaru. Again, like
She is.
Toei was building that up like a sisterhood, but that didn't feel like it at all. I'm sorry.
She does. There's at least some precedence for her actually like fighting and stuff because we see her in her devil form fighting before. So.
Yeah, and we also see her getting rejected and dealing with that rejection by Gifu. So, like, in the end, she's coming to terms with herself. Her final fight with Sakura.
And her repentance, her becoming a Kamen Rider is her way for repentance.
Yeah, it
as
works for that. Not just having, Hikaru beating her.
Yeah. Aguilera is decent. I like Aguilera's becoming a writer. That made logical sense. Hikaru, not so much. Hikaru giving it over to Julio for the last little bit is okay, but again, it's way too little too late. As it is with a lot of arc free. At least Julio got a shot. At least Julio did something.
My thing too with that, again, the weekend wasn't needed. Aguilera could have went and joined Phoenix, right, as a way to repent, and then like she's with Daiji, but she's also helping.
In the alternate timeline where Phoenix was still good in some way.
Well, not still good. Yeah, still good, but like directors working behind the scenes to push his agenda.
They weren't so obviously evil.
Yeah. Again, they could have made that work. The weekend, I think, is what messed up ReVice. Just having the weekend there. Their presence was not needed. But yeah, no.
I will agree with that. I will.
We're getting to Gifu actually decides to do something, and we find out what the reason for Gifu is actually there for. Man just wants
really. Well.
Yeah, we do. He's hungry. He's a hungry boy.
Not only is he hungry, but his whole thing is, I just want to have a world where my demons could exist and be happy.
Well,
but yeah, but why is...
So he can eat demons. He doesn't care about the demons being happy. He just wants to eat them.
He feeds on the negative energy they generate.
Look, he's happy, so that's what he'll say. He's happy. Not a bear, dude.
We never find out why GIF came to Earth. Like why
came to Earth because he's a hungry boy.
But but it connects to, guess what?
But like, has he done this in the past? Has he visited other planets?
Probably.
Or doesn't matter. He's a hungry boy.
What is GIF's origin story? We never get that.
No, but we get how it's related to Shocker.
Apparently.
Yeah, he's just discount Shocker.
Yeah. Phoenix is definitely discount Shocker, which is why the weekend wasn't needed.
It's too bad. I thought when they introduced Akaishi and he started actually getting character development that they would give that some legs, because I thought the idea had a lot of legs. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's this guy, and he's actually the envoy. And I'm like, oh, hey, I can work with that. But then they're like, oh, no, he's just going to be like a comically bad actor. And I'm like,
yeah.
What? I'm like, okay, if you go the route of, oh, he's like a demonic entity wearing a human skin outfit, that's fine. But they don't do that. They're like, no, he's actually just kind of a feckless weasel, and he doesn't do anything. And I'm like,
He doesn't do anything, and GIF doesn't really do anything. Like, the villains just don't do anything for the final arc.
It's even more embarrassing than what Den-O does, because Den-O, they just straight up forgot to have an overarching villain until about 10 episodes from the end. In this, they had the overarching villain from the jump, and just did not know what to do with it.
Not at all.
At all. They were just like, no, we don't know what this is for.
Like, he was in a coffin for the first half of the episode, and even when he broke out of the coffin, he barely moved. His legs his legs didn't even move once.
Did
he
you
never
see
walked
those
around.
hammer pants?
He just floated.
They were big.
We talk about
He's
Celebro.
just...
We talk about Celebro in Trigger, not Trigger, in Zet. But Gifu ain't doing goddamn.
Yeah.
100%. I agree. They are on the same level.
I get
That is-
bro, at least
That's a
couple
very
times
low
above.
level. That is like ground floor.
Like, man, again, like ReVice, that's the only weak point for ReVice for me. Just end game villain because they honestly didn't know what to do with him, and the weekend. But we'll get to that. You know, so
Right.
we do get to see the Igarashi family like grow more, but
We do get that. We do also get we get the stream. Obviously, I already brought that up. We also get Ability Live at the very end there. But I do like Ability Live. That's a pretty neat form. And by that same vein, Muteki or Invincible John.
Yeah.
I thought both of those are very well deserved final power ups.
Yes,
So
because like the whole thing with Daiji and Hiromi coming back, bringing the goat back to help Daiji because Daiji.
really, the only reason he left was so Daiji could spiral down that path. Because
Honestly,
let's be real, if Hiromi was there, Daiji wouldn't have done any of that
yeah,
shit.
cause they kill off someone who I guess was close to Hiromi, which
They
by
completely
the way,
fridged her, by the way. Just completely.
Yes, she was fridged.
Literal definition too, because she got frozen. She literally got frozen and then killed.
And okay, right. After you send Zedge in there, right? I'm sure you know exactly what I mean by fridging, right?
Yes, fridge horror. Yes, Green Lantern.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if you can explain what that means to the audience.
So, back, this was what, 20 years ago? 25 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
In the 90s, I think. What was the,
Kyle Rayner.
was it, it was Kyle Rayner? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Kyle Rayner, Green Lantern, has a girlfriend, and they kill the girlfriend off by putting her in a, well, they chop her body up and put her in a fridge.
Yeah. All of this.
Does what it says on the tin.
All of this to give Kyle Rayner some development. So, the term fridging, right? It's mainly
Specifically a female character
getting
being slowly introduced and then subsequently killed off, or some other terrible thing happens to her for the development of a male character.
yeah.
You can do the reverse as well if you really want to.
Theoretically, you could.
Yeah. It's been done, but
But this is an example of like classic fridging.
this
as it were.
is classic fridging, yeah.
down to the actual freezing of the corpse.
Yeah.
As it were.
And like it was all to develop Daiji, but the Daiji got developed backwards.
Yeah, no, it actually
his-
undeveloped Daiji.
Yeah, they did.
Like holy crap, bro. Again, like I fridging I hate the most because you can develop a character without fridging. Because sometimes people just do it to do it for shock value when you don't need to.
Yeah, that's Urabuchi. The Urabutcher.
There you go.
So the guy who did Gaim, the guy who did Madoka Magica, the guy who did what's the other one he did? He's done a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And he's honestly he is pretty trash. Like his stuff is like, ooh, wow, I didn't expect that twist, and then it's like, well, actually, if you know anything about him, it's the most transparent shit imaginable.
It's like okay, look, for shock value, that's the one thing I dislike. Now, if there was like a narrative purpose behind it, like you were building up toward it, or like, hey, you kind of like are written yourself into a corner where you kind of have to do this. You at that point, okay, it serves the narrative, but just doing it.
And this is one of those cases where they kind of just did it.
They just did it, and it did nothing but ruin Daiji's character. Because at this point, Daiji was so good, it ended up backfiring.
Apparently, I will get.
We will
I will
get
get.
to that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway. What else happened? The other thing. ReVice got his final form as well. Gifford Rex.
Yo, I can't listen to people when two of them talk.
Sorry.
that was Blaze.
Oh, sorry.
That was that Blaze, not you. Blaze, what did you say?
Yeah, Blaze.
Huh?
What did
Oh
you
no, I
say?
was saying about Gaburuchi. Look, everything else I agree, but at least he make Fake Zero and help make Thunderbolt Fantasy. So you know what? I like him for that.
Did he really have anything to do with Thunderbolt Fantasy? Because that's the first time I've heard that.
He did.
Okay. Well, moving right on.
All right. Anyway, the one final
Thunderbolt
story.
Fantasy is an excellent, excellent puppet series. It's like wuxia puppets. It's
Oh yeah, I
phenomenal.
did enjoy it.
One final little story bit
Well,
we
the
tried to
first
talk about was Giffard Rex.
Yeah.
I do actually like that. I like the debut of Gifford Rex.
I,
And I like the whole like father son mirroring between Icky, George, and their dads. I like that.
yeah, and like, I do like how the final form in this case it grew on me because I didn't like it at first just by the scans of seeing it in motion, its power set, and the fact that it's really just battle armor for the first one.
Actually, I do like the concept of it just being battle armor for the base form. I think it's a neat aesthetic that it gives, especially since there is two of them. And you can like see the base form underneath both of them.
Yeah.
They like have the same oversuit since it is kind of the same form, but you see the different undersuits, and I like that.
Yeah, like just how instead of it being natural form, it's just body armor, it's power armor, and like that's
Also, it's like main power is the whole magnetism thing, but they also give it the thing to make clones in the first episode, and they just never use it again.
yeah, they have the polarity thing, and they just stamp down and start using clones, and I'm like, that's
They just
cool.
never use the clones again. Like,
I mean, to be fair, if they had a bunch of clones, they'd be just beating up everybody. The other characters wouldn't be needed.
that is true. And then we get to the final fight. I did like the final fight. I thought that was with GIF. The final fight with GIF.
Oh, so yeah, before we
Specifically.
even get no, go ahead.
Before we get to the epilogue arcs, because they refer to GIF multiple times as the final boss, and this is like the end of the story, quote
Yeah,
unquote.
so well, ReVice is technically a 3-part thing. There is the
They had like 4 extra episodes they had to fill in, so
they kind of just like end everything, you know.
right.
So
Yeah, I dug the final fight. I dug the little speech they had about humans living with their devils.
yeah.
and all that.
Sometimes you just gotta make peace with your demons.
Hiromi got a bow and arrow, so that was cool.
Hiromi doing the Hiromi hard carried the show on his back, but
100%.
that and like I did like Jean getting her final. She got a final form in the development.
She did.
of it.
She's like the first writer to get a female writer to get a final form in their show. So
Yeah. So we
yeah, like an actual legit, honest to goodness,
she's the main
100%
character,
final
I'm
form.
telling you.
I wouldn't call her main character, but
Main-
okay.
Main writer, you already know. But yeah, that's Act 3.
All right.
Yep.
And then we get to the 2 epilogue arcs,
Yeah, so we'll definitely touch on part 4.
which we talked about, which we did the recaps earlier, and sum it up. I don't like the Duke arc. I find that completely unnecessary. Yeah.
The Juga arc could have been a V cinema. So like part 4, which is the epilogue.
It could have been a V cinema,
It definitely could have
100%.
been a V cinema, but I'm okay with them doing it in the show because they were building up to George having his daddy issues, and
Yeah. I
it
felt
had
like
to
they
go
did a lot to redeem George just to have him turn evil in.
and like
Oh.
he wasn't really evil. He just didn't know how to deal with the fact that his dad was dead. And he didn't really get closure.
He just couldn't call a therapist for whatever reason. I guess all the therapists died earlier in the show. Also, oh, hold on. They also bring back Ortega. This is like between arc 3 and 4, I guess. More in 3, but
No,
we did not need. They bring him back, and they just do nothing with him. They literally just immediately cart him off to jail, and just like.
They
Okay.
would've left him back. He was better off dead. He was definitely.
Apparently, they did something with him in the movie. That was because they had to do something with him in the movie. I don't know why. I haven't seen the movie yet, but whatever.
Yeah, when we eventually see that movie, we'll see Geet's cameo. And
We'll get to the movie eventually, whenever it releases.
There's a spin-off for the movie that leads into everything.
Birth of Chimera, which is that's not even a ReVice show. That's not even ReVice related at all. Like, it has stamps, but that's about the only thing in common it has.
Yeah. It just leads into the movie and something with George. I think we get...
Anyway, Juga was unnecessary, but the actual final battle between Icky and Vice, that I liked.
Yeah.
That
I'm not gonna lie.
That was a lot. That is the end game they were planning, I think, since like the beginning.
Yeah. I actually didn't mind Juga though, because I'm like, and like the only reason I didn't mind it was because, like I said, they had to kind of finish off George.
Also, George was always clearly evil from the jump.
And then like they were clearly setting up something with him, and because people liked him, they redeemed him, kind of like how people liked Hiromi, so they didn't kill him. So yeah, but like I can understand why you wouldn't like it. I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh, it's the best. No. I can understand completely why you wouldn't like it.
I just found it unnecessary, is all.
Right. And like I can totally get
I do actually like the second half of it, when they tied it, because again the theme of family is always whenever ReVice is dealing with family in specific.
Yeah.
And the relationships they're in, that's when ReVice works.
All they needed was, the mom to be a writer.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity. Mom not a writer.
Missed opportunity, 100%. Anyway, then final fight once again. I really like that final fight. It's not like a big bombastic like epic final clash between hero and villain for the fate of the world. No, it's a wrestling match between two brothers.
And they didn't do the thing that 0-1.
And they didn't do the thing. They didn't give him a bullshit final form at the very end.
Like,
that was just his base form.
I was so happy that they didn't.
They teased. They wanted you to think they would, because they left the blank spot in the stamp board. They wanted you to think they would do that, but they didn't wind up doing it.
No, what like you see apparently like around the time of that, like I guess teaser image, there was ReVice with the Gifford Rex stamp in the belt, but like he was in base form, and there was like, what? No, they just lost the power armor, so they had to.
Yeah, they just got rolled.
Yeah, and like the whole goodbye between Icky and Vice was just like two brothers seeing each other off, and one's gone. But again, that was fine. The fart jokes were kind of no, but I didn't like. That was the only part that took me. I'm like, why are we doing this? We're better than this.
They had to bring it back all the way to the beginning.
See, I liked everything right up until that, because it was like, right down to the goofy Looney Tunes sounds, and we're just like, it's horseplay. It's horseplay.
I do think
I
talked about this during a little bit when they were doing the Juga art, when they tried to go back to that early ReVice tone with the goofiness. It kind of clashed a little bit. It worked for the final fight though. You can have the goofiness during that final fight.
Yeah, because like they didn't have like the fight with George was more serious. It was serious.
Yeah.
Switching into that goofy thing. Like, why is our friend who was with us since day one, even if he was a little weird, why is he acting like this? Because of his daddy issues. So like that was a serious thing. Throwing in the goofy, nah, not so much.
Like the goofy little part when they were like detective working through the house and all that.
Yeah. I mean, it worked in that case, but I still wasn't a big fan.
I just felt it clashed a little bit with the tone that they were going for. But the goofiness on the final fight completely worked. That's where it worked its
time. It was a nice goodbye to Vice. And they also didn't do the thing that a lot of people thought was going to happen, where like everyone gets a happy ending and Vice is still around. No.
Oh yeah, no. I specifically mentioned that like the intro to that final fight is like Vice talking about something that already happened. But no, he's still dead at the end of the day. So that was just like to throw us all off thinking that Vice would be fine, but he's not.
Yeah, they made like Vice is gonna come back for the crossover with Geats. That's bound to happen. Whether he'll stay depends on how they do it, but they killed off Vice. They killed off one of the titular writers of ReVice, the Vice half. So now it's just Kamen Rider Re.
And they didn't bring him back like Philip. Not I have anything against Philip. I swear. But
because I'm like, look in hindsight, looking back, and I'm like, I'm okay with Philip coming back. I understand why it would be a pain.
Mr. Bell, man. Mr. Bell.
Like, I can understand why people don't like it, because it's like that build up was right there, you know. So like, I'm okay with Philip coming back. It took a while.
I'm fine with Philip coming back too. I'm okay with Philip, but I just saw the parallels is all.
Oh no,
So.
I'm with it. I'm just saying, like, I understand why people would, particularly like it, especially all that build up to the sacrifice. And so, like,
Yeah.
I'm glad that that's kind of how it went with Lex. He got sacrificed because it was the only way for Icky to get his memories back. Although
Which I am curious about exactly what Icky remembers, because he remembers being a Kamen Rider and fighting alongside his family.
So, yeah,
I'm just curious if he just thinks he was solo that whole time, fighting by himself. Like,
probably.
that'd be my guess.
Or just vague memories in his head.
Yeah.
Where he's like, oh, I had this one dude with me, I don't remember who exactly it was. That kind of thing. So,
And also, side note, I do like how they introduced that Amnesiac storyline. Like, say what you will about the arc it was introduced in, but I like that they introduced that immediately and they kept peppering it in like throughout the rest of the show.
Yeah,
they didn't just like drop it, and then only to bring it back at the very end.
Even with the weirdness of George actually seeing that, like, huh? Because it all led to something. They didn't forget about it.
It was just incredibly stupid, though.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, that
makes no sense on any
Yeah,
level.
there's no reason Icky should have been disappearing. No reason.
Other than like Vice is deliberately removing him from photos.
Yeah.
Which, okay, maybe because.
What I mean, like, what I liked about them like carrying it on was like, you saw Iggy forgetting stuff that we saw as the audience happening in the show.
Yeah.
Like I thought that was a really neat touch.
Yeah. So
that they should have been doing from word go, really, because otherwise it's just like, this means nothing. What is this about?
Probably, yeah.
They should have had at least one, and then like, maybe forget about it for a while just to throw you off, and then be like, no, this was important. You should have been paying attention.
Yeah. So like Arc 3 definitely did drop the ball for everybody. But it did pick itself back up once we finally got rid of the fucking thing. And fucking evil director.
Once Daiji got over himself.
Yes.
That's when like it literally comes down to Daiji getting over himself.
and in part 4 of the epilogue, finishing everything off, that was solid.
It does seem weird that they had like 4 different endings, because like Ability Live debuted and they beat GIF then, and that seemed like, oh, this could be a finale. And then like 2 episodes where they actually kill GIF and like, okay, here's the finale. And then we get the Juga arc. Oh, there's the finale. Nope, we got a little more to go.
Well, no, Juga definitely felt like it wasn't the finale. It was just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, Juga's more of a V-Sim mode, like you said. I hadn't considered that before, but you're right. It could have been a V-Sim mode.
Like, hey, what's going on with George? He's kind of iffy ever since we beat you. Yeah, V-Sim. Oh,
yeah.
But, like,
alright.
So, yeah. That's ReVice in a nutshell, technically.
At least the story part of ReVice.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 arcs were good. 3 out of 4 parts were good. Alright, so now we get down to the characters. Let's talk Igarashi family. Starting with Icky. How are we feeling about Icky?
Our main character.
Icky and technically. Yeah, Icky and Vice, let's talk about. They're a package deal.
I liked Icky as a main character. He was a decent main character. I like his busybody nosiness getting in everybody's business, actually. Like, I get that how that could be great in like people actually being there, but it makes sense for our main writer to be like that,
Yeah.
I like him. I like that. I kinda wish Vice was more evil. I wish Vice would have been more of a demon throughout the rest of the show.
What the Fred, how?
Oh.
How?
I upload this like every 3rd session.
What the fuck is that? How
I
did I not see this movie?
Don't want to know if your microwave is doing that. Something's gone horribly wrong, and you should fix it.
Absolute destruction.
Don't
Jesus.
do that.
Oh,
It's
no.
bad.
All right.
Alright, so Frank, talk about Icky and Vice real quick. Your main character.
Hey! I wasn't done. You interrupted me.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You interrupted me with my microwave.
Microwave
Now just
that
like,
shot
oh,
lasers.
Jukebox is done. Anyway, I wish Vice would have been more like, you know, a devil. Kind of like, and actually be like the negative thoughts Icky like actually had, and not like kind of like how Kagura is, but in a kind of different way. Like, I would like Vice. Like, it was obvious during the final fight that like Vice was just playing it up, like, because there was no way. I kind of wish they would have made Vice characters so that would have been like a question mark. Not having be like a complete evil asshole, but you know, just more of a devil.
ambiguous.
Yeah.
Cause like we did kind of get that in Earth 1, up until Icky's like, Vice, let's make a new contract. So he just kept adding on to the contract.
Yeah. I wish they would have kept that ambiguousness a lot longer and have it be more relevant to the show and their characters.
Yeah,
I felt like that would have made a better team dynamic
I feel that.
for our main characters. But otherwise, yeah, I like them. They're a good main duo. They're a good main duo.
Yeah, to
And
me,
they don't hog the spotlight from anyone else. I will say that. They aren't excessively like hogging the spotlight.
Yeah.
They give other characters more chances to shine.
Christ.
Unlike some other main characters we've had in the past. But yeah, I like them. All right.
Yeah,
I'm done now.
Okay, that's currently how I feel. Like when they got their development, they got their moments. It was kind of the same thing. Like, Icky and Vice didn't really change that much, because every time they went through something, it was kind of always the same thing. It was just like, oh hey.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty static. They're not really given much to work with in that regard.
Yeah, they
get
than
their
do.
big like partnership moments during like the first arc,
Yeah,
and then they like reestablish it every now and then with whenever they get
Yeah.
like a new. But it doesn't change them as characters a whole
The-
heck of a lot.
The closest you get, yeah, it's ultimately just kind of like, okay, you know, what situation have they gotten into? And like, you know, when Vice has the rolling stamp and whatnot,
Yeah.
and takes over Icky's body, which I thought was cool for what it's worth. ReVice, when it's being an episodic show, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was great. It was very strong when it was doing that.
Yeah,
But when it was
ReVice
trying to
was-
have a plot, it didn't really seem to know what to do with itself most of the time, which is not great.
This is why
Yeah.
I'm very critical of the weekend itself, because
Yeah.
when they tried to have a plot, it was mainly involving the weekend, and it's like, no, those guys weren't needed. And like,
I'll agree with that.
like the family itself, the family dynamic is all good. Having a family of writers is all good. The mom being in on it the whole time, cool.
I do think like the family was like, just as the family unit is like the strongest part of the show.
Oh yeah,
Like them being a family together.
focusing on the
All,
family.
all members of it, mom, dad, siblings, they all work
Definitely. And,
as a
like,
family.
I can't be mad at that. And oh yeah, the family stuff was fine. Icky himself, again, he was definitely static. He didn't really change as a character. Just he affected the other characters around him, including our number 2 writer, Daiji. Segue. So let's talk Daiji. They dropped the ball with this man. They dropped the ball.
He
with
is the signifier of what is wrong with ReVice. Like when Daiji's doing great, the show's doing great. When Daiji sucks, the show sucks.
Cause like
Like
the whole introduction with Evil, and it's like, oh, it's the brother? How and why? Because of his jealousy and insecurities. Which I did like the whole, how the all the demons came from something with our main character. For Icky, it was like it was basically his fear and wanting to protect it, that kind of thing. So that's where Vice came in. Evil was just Daiji's insecurities and jealousies of his brother. So that's why he was the way he was. And when Daiji finally gets over that, and like when he accepts it, cool, we get a power up, all good. When he gets an actual transformation. When he comes to terms and defeats his enemy, we get a cool transformation and everything, and then
we get Holy Live, and I loved Holy Live. I loved Holy Live when it was first introduced and through that first half of the arc.
And
it was
we lose
my favorite form of ReVice at the time. It was fantastic.
And then we lose it because the writers realize, well, we have nothing more for Daichi to do.
And Holy Life just gets absolutely tainted because they don't know what to do with Daiji, and the best they can think of is, oh, let's make him evil for no reason, basically.
Yeah, without his evil half, he was so focused on doing good, he ended up going, I'll handle it.
I will say, okay, no.
For what it's worth, that was not a bad idea, being like, well, guess what? You actually need some moderating or mediating influence, or else you're going to make mistakes. But the way they went about it was completely
100%. I like the idea, but what they did sucked. Yeah. I did my own headcanon of how I would have rewritten this. You can have Daiji go rogue. I think that's fine. But don't have him team up with the demons at all. Don't put him with Akeishi and Gif, who are the obviously evil force. Daiji just be a rogue agent by himself, and maybe he goes like full Punisher, and complete absolute justice. And he gets to the point where he's like, he doesn't want to kill his family, but he wants to kill their demons because he's like, Vice is a demon. Demons are bad. I need to kill Vice and Lovekov.
Yeah, and then
and that could have been Daiji going rogue.
Yeah, which would have been dumb, but that would have been the point. Is what you're doing is insane and stupid.
And you know
Don't
what
do
would have
that.
made that better? That would have made the Scream fight even better because we know why. We know how he did it to kind of influence Daiji. Like, hey, you don't have to kill the demon.
Daiji, yeah,
you don't have to kill him. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta live with your demons. You can't just excise your demons out of your life. That's not a healthy way to live.
Exactly. And then in the best part about it, we would have got his final form right then and there. Because he would have cried and showed remorse.
We would have.
And they were like, new final form. And Kagura was like, I've been waiting for you to finally call me and stop being a little pansy. Let's go. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
No.
One quick thing, Kaguro's a complete asshole. He saw Daiji go down this path, and the entire time he's just sitting in the stamp, just being like, I'm just gonna bide my time, just gonna wait.
Because
Daiji doing all this stupid shit doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm just gonna wait till he actually asks for my help in specific.
Yeah, because that's just Daiji show. Like Daiji is gonna fall into his weakness at that point. Like Daiji, come on.
Yeah.
God, when we eventually fix Daiji.
Up to Holy Live is really good. After that, complete falls off a cliff. Then he gets Civility Alive and he's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay. It doesn't redeem everything else, but it's okay. It's at least something.
Like his character has become tainted at that point. So,
yeah.
I forgot to ask this. But when we come to rating Icky and Vice's characters, what would we give them?
Oh, we're doing scores? We are doing scores?
Yeah, we're gonna do scores.
Oh.
I would give them.
I didn't realize we hated ourselves like that.
I'll give them a solid 7.
Yeah,
solid 7. They're good. I think they're good final characters. They don't get a whole lot of development themselves, but they're good for what they are. They don't get in the way of anybody else. They're good. They're decent. They're passable. I like them.
I don't think they needed him to be like. Oh god, I thought that was a double down. Looking at Gundam. So yeah, it was fine. I like them. For Daiji lost points because of that whole thing with him
If that middle part of the show didn't exist, I would have given him an 8. But because that middle part of the show is, I'm
6.
Generous 5. Generous 5.
Generous 5. Oh god, that's lower than me. I gave him a 6 because it's like, no. I agree with you, Dad. I'm giving him a 5. I agree with that. Nah, Daiji. Nah.
Yeah, I really wanted to like Daiji too because he had like my favorite suits in the show. But
what about you, Frank?
For Daiji specifically?
Yeah.
Icky and Daiji, whichever one you want to
Icky and
give.
Daiji. Icky's inoffensive. Like he never really does anything that I'd say, oh, this is objectionable. So he's fine. Like, I don't know, the 7. He's kind of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take him even over Aruto. Unless you consider Aruto as an actual Humagear cyborg, in which case Aruto is like an 8.5. But that's semi-canon. That's what they wanted to do, but they definitely didn't do.
And for Daiji and Kagero?
Daiji and Kagero, yeah, it's like a 6. Like, they have the odd okay moment, but that's kind of all they got.
Now we move on to the last sibling.
You know what? Generous 6. I'll bump it up just cause remembering Holy Live and
There was good there.
generous 6. Generous 6.
Fair enough.
If I'm not being generous, I give him a 5 still.
So let's move along to the third sibling, the youngest sibling.
Jana. Okay, Sakura.
And Love Color. Honestly, my favorite characters in the show. Just because their development felt main writer-ish to me. And that was just the whole
I do like
overcoming their weakness arc.
Right.
Love Color just being a disobedient child is hilarious to me.
They do have
in the room. Oh god.
Yeah. You got anything else, Echo? Or...
Yeah. So Sakura herself, like, the first time she's introduced is like her introduction as a writer, like I said, it was top notch to me. The whole overcoming her weakness thing, and then with Love Cove, and then she doesn't really kind of do anything after that, except have development with Aguilera. But what gets worse, oh god, joining the Weekend is what ruined her. Like, it didn't ruin her character, but it's like, it's the Weekend. They suck.
I think that's more of the organization, the Weekend itself. But that has nothing to do with Sakura.
I know, but like, why she had to join them? But moving on from that, her character herself was fine. The overcoming the weakness thing, she had that arc twice, essentially, because like once she overcame her weakness, she wasn't acknowledging it, which is why she kind of just kept having Love Cove be on the side, because it's like, you can't be in the way, Love Cove. You know what I'm saying? She considered Love Cove a weakness at that point. At least that's what they seemed like. And then it's like, no, you gotta listen to your partner.
It was like Love Cove was like a liability. That's how Sakura was viewing Love Cove.
And when she finally realized, no, you can't do that, and work together with Love Cove, she got a final form, which isn't bad either.
It feels sort of phoned in some ways, where it's like, oh, you just added some hair things, which are CGI most of the time.
Hair kunai.
It's cool.
At least she got one.
At least she got one. It doesn't ever really do anything, which is unfortunate, but
yeah, because it was
introduced way
literally in the final battle, and then it appears a little bit when they're fighting Juga, but that's it.
Yeah, but I'm glad she has one. It really does just look like, hey, let's add some more stuff to the base suit, but the base suit still exists, so that's fine. So Sakura and Love Cove as a character, I find, like I said, I like them. Love Cove is definitely hilarious. Favorite demon in the show.
Love it.
The disobedient child aspect of freaking Love Cove is funny, because like, she's just going in with the heavy metal, and like the way she
when Vice goes into like Love Cove's room in Sakura's mind.
Right.
Great.
And like the way she be sneak dissing Vice is hilarious. So, like, I give them. I like them a bit better than Icky, so I'll give them an 8. That's me. What about
Alright.
you guys?
I really like her characters. Whenever they got shit to do. But that wasn't for a lot of the show.
Yeah.
My personal opinion. Like, they had like a dedicated arc, and then they were just in the background for a lot of it.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like a main fighting force, you can say, but they weren't like
Yeah.
they weren't the character focus.
Nah, like I said, like.
And they get like a solid arc, and then they're back in the background, and then here's the Aguilera thing, and then back to the background again.
Yeah, because after she got her henshin and everything, and like she overcame her weakness part 1, it was more like, okay, Aguilera needs to develop and use her foil or counterpart, I guess how that works, to develop her, and there you go. So that stuff did work for me at least.
I thought what she got was good.
Yeah.
I liked what she got. I like her rivalry / sisterhood, quote unquote, with Aguilera.
Plus girls remix.
With Aguilera, I really like all of that. It's just it's few and far between for Sakura.
I feel it.
I'll give her a 7. I'll give her a 7. Same level as Iggy.
Fair. Very fair. We'll give Bragg a minute.
Yeah. So.
Frag is trying to beat the shit out of a giant robot.
Yeah, Fragg's doing his thing right now. Keep doing your thing, baby.
Meanwhile, I would just say level.
That and, well, let's talk about the dad real quick. Watch the spin-off. So
Genta.
yes, Genta. Watch the spin-off so you can get more context behind him and Veil
Yeah.
and everything.
I assume we're gonna have a individual section for it later, but
Yeah.
But yeah, Sakura was fine. I feel like she had a really strong intro for making her a rider. And I liked that, but they didn't beyond like that was kind of her defining character trait is, oh, she's a girl who becomes the rider. And I'm like, that's cool. I like it. But can we do something with that? And then they're like, oh, well, she's got like a girlfriend now. And I'm like,
That's
Aguilera's kind of
Can we do something
she's
else
kind
with
of a non-entity. Can we make her just the main rider and call it a day? Can we just pretend Icky doesn't exist?
it?
I had unrealistic wants, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of things they could have done, but just were never going to happen, and I get it. But
yeah.
someday, we're going to get a female lead rider.
Honestly, I feel like this is a step in the right direction because that intro.
This is a step in the right direction.
the
I
intro
agree.
was it. And we got girls remix, so we acknowledge that the female writers exist, which I'm also happy.
Which, by the way, I think the final part of that should be coming out either this week or next week. I think.
Oh,
I thought it was this week.
We'll talk about that when that
Yeah, we can talk about it later. Anyway,
back to
moving
Genshin.
on to the parents.
Yeah. Let's talk about the mom real quick. She's inoffensive. She doesn't read anything.
I
Missed
like the
opportunity.
mother. She's a constructive presence. She's
I will say
got
that.
their backs.
Yeah, that's all I'm
She
saying.
feels like their mom. She feels like she's trying to do her best as their mom.
Young
I
mom
do
with
wish
me.
we had gotten a mom rider, but
Right?
we weren't going to get a mom rider, and I get it.
It would have been nice though. But hey, we have 3 rider shows. Well, no, yeah, 3 rider shows in a row where the dad is new.
Hey.
Well,
Okay, no, Saber did have an evil dad.
Kinda, sorta.
Saber kind of had an evil dad. Kind of.
Saber?
Also ReVice.
Oh, damn it! Yeah, I keep forgetting about the other half. Okay, no, yeah, that's my fault.
They kind of, it's kind of a case of having your cake and wanting your cake and having it too.
Yeah.
Where they kind of do both. It's like, oh, he's
yeah,
actually a villain, but he's actually not. And when
He's
he's
just
not a
being
villain,
possessed by his demon.
Yeah.
when he's not a villain, he's awesome. When he is a villain, it's kind of like, okay, well, and then like 3 episodes later, it's like, well, why did we have this plot point again? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
Not even
Was this an advertisement for a side series? What?
Yeah. Yeah.
basically. Like they only used the Veil suit in the show like once, I
only
think.
once.
It's
And then they kit
yeah,
bash it
like
with
yeah,
demons, and it becomes
it's
a-
technically twice because it's over 2 episodes, but it's one single encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it's you could count. I will accept counting that as twice, but for me, it's once
one.
because it's one point in time in which it is relevant.
And
And it's
becomes-
just
Just because I
kinda
want to
like-
talk about the mom and dad at the same time. I do like them as the parents. They feel
Yeah, they're
believable.
fine.
They add like
Why wasn't
A
I
nice-
told we were doing full bail? What the
Holy
fuck? Nobody told me it was Unga Grunga bail time.
I guess
All right,
it's
all
Uncle
right.
Gunga Bell.
Rematch. I got a Unga Grunga.
But yeah, the parents were dope. They were quirky, likable.
I like them. I like their relationship. They actually felt like, you know, a couple, like an actual like
Yeah,
they've been together for years. We don't get
They-
that a lot in Rider, so
they felt fairly plausible. In fact, all the family dynamics is Jukebox is pointing
Again,
out
that's-
repeatedly.
that's
That
where
is a-
ReVice shines.
It's whenever that's being a factor at all, the show is on point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The show is doing something right, and getting those, the micro. It's kind of like a Deno in that sense, where like the micro writing is really good, but the macro writing is awful. Like it just does not know what it's trying to do most of the time, and it
Yeah.
shows.
Yeah, I can see that.
I feel that.
I do like them. I really do like that the dad became a writer. Like,
Yeah,
and I love that whole plot point and like the origin background story. Well, not trying to get into Veil too much, but I thought it was a really nice thing that, okay, we have all these siblings being writers. What about the parents? Oh, turns out their dad was like the first writer. Oh, and that's why all the kids are writers now.
Yeah. Shame the mom.
It's a nice, it was a really good bit of world building, and I like what they did with that. Obviously, the shining moment of the whole show, for me personally,
That's three.
is when he becomes the stream.
And
Yes.
they didn't get rid of the suit, which is even better.
And they didn't get rid of the suit.
well,
I'm really
or they
happy
did,
got
but
that.
then like somebody was like, "Wait, do we still have to? Have they collected the trash yet?" And someone was like, "Nah, that's not till Thursday." And they were like, "Fuck, let's go, grab it, quick!"
Rick, we need it for the finale.
Yeah,
We need it to get
it's too
rolled in
bad
the
because
finale.
it's one of the better suits in the show.
It is. I think it's a fantastic suit.
It's a really good suit. I love the head. It's remind me to take the time to find the Masami Obari Dragonar Unit 1.
Fair enough.
It looks like that. It looks like that. And I love everything about it.
Yeah, it's a good suit. Actually, it's one of the better rider suits in the race, because the race is full of ugly suits. Especially the kit bash of over demons. I hate that suit.
We don't have to talk.
No, we don't talk about it. Alright, yeah, let's move on.
Just to mention, since we don't want to talk about Hikari yet, the other half
No,
of Genta,
who are
though,
you talking about?
the other half of Genta is Veil. What do we think of Veil?
I like Veil as an antagonist. I just kind of wish he did more.
I liked it. I like him in like when it was like as like the dad's evil half. I like that.
Yeah.
Then they kind of just forgot that he was that when the third arc started.
Yeah.
And they turned him into just a general, basically. Going out there
Yeah.
and just fighting. And
Yeah.
like, okay.
Is big, like, better than Mook energy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just like I like Veil. I like that Veil came back when he first started introduced. That was pretty cool. Him taking over the dad's body and trying to kill, like, the dad's legacy, essentially.
Yeah.
Kill I will kill everything you love. So help me God. And that was really well done. And I like the twist that Genta like forgave Veil essentially for trying to ruin his life.
Yeah. And then now Vale's just sitting there like, man, because he has nothing to really do. He don't.
It was just
the
like-
dude. He was just like,
Just sleep inside me for eternity, Veil. Your time
Take
is
a
done.
nappy. It's nap time. Take a nappy.
no more Vale.
But no, I like him. I like him when he was actually doing that. When he was just better than Mook. Who cares? Crimson Veil was decent. It is just a rolling ReVice foot red. So
Yeah. I also got the sense that like they wanted to do something fancy with the he's got all your powers combined, and then they were just like we don't know why. Which is kind of like the story of ReVice. Is it's like well it's a lot like Build in that respect, where it's like things just kind of happen. And they don't really have any connection to anything salient. And it's like, well, why does Vale do the things he does? Well, it's because he's angry. Okay. It's because he wants to, it's because he wants to bully,
bully Genta. He wants to bully your old
He wants to
dad.
bully Genta for reasons, because he can.
I mean, that's just life, right? Sometimes you don't have to need reason for everything.
Right, but then with every other demon we're introduced to, they have a lot more going on.
Right.
Yeah, let's move
Whereas
on
him, it's
here.
like, well, no, I'm gonna... Like, they never, for me anyway, they never adequately explained why the Igarashi sibling demons are exceedingly benign. Whereas every other demon we're introduced to is
Kagero
actually
wasn't
awesome.
at first.
Well, I'd contend that he still at least feels like a function of Daiji.
Yeah, I mean, like hit Kagero's first introduction, and then they kind of neuter Kagero after he becomes live. I feel like when they first introduced him, he kind of like a proto Veil in a way.
Yeah. Kind of feels a similar, he's just going to be aggro. And Kagero's another example of we don't really learn much of a reason why he's being antagonistic other than that's just what
He's
he
the
is.
embodiment of...
Daiji.
Well, he's the
all
embodiment
his
of
repressed angst.
all of his repressed anger and jealousy at Icky.
Yeah.
And that's all the reason
which makes
Kagero
sense.
needs.
Which makes sense. Whereas Vale is just like, well, I'm a baddie. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, Veil is just like... we don't know why Veil exists other than, Genta was experimented on. And that created Veil. We don't know what Genta's demons were, essentially.
Alright, so let's move along here.
No,
from the
quick score for the parent. For the parents themselves, I'm gonna give them... I'll give him an 8. I'll give him an 8 as parents.
Yeah,
Vale
they're fine as
himself...
parents. Vale
Vale himself, I give him like 6, I guess.
Yeah,
Vale-
6.5. He's an okay villain while he lasts, but he's like... He kind of has the same problem that Desast had, where he's just completely irrelevant shortly after he's even introduced.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's move along.
Hey, Frank, can I get an invite again? I'm back.
Really?
Okay. Alright, so
Yeah, I will, but you'll have to be patient.
yeah. So
Okay, wait, are we still playing though?
Yes,
I was
we're
here.
still
playing.
Yes.
I was gonna catch
Still
up.
going.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right,
I
who's
hate
next?
talking, but not
Well,
about the
we're
game.
moving on now, Lee.
So I think we do need to talk about Deadman's.
Oh yeah,
Are we doing we're doing
Dead
Deadman's or Weekends?
Dead Man's. We're gonna do Dead Man's. Then
Deadman's because they're relevant characters.
Or Hiromi?
We forgot
Hiromi and
Yeah,
George.
yeah, we gotta do
All
Hiromi.
right, Hiromi and George. Let's move on to Hiromi and George. I'll let you guys go first.
Hiromi's the best character in the show. Hands down.
Guaranteed MVP.
Just hands down, Hiromi is the best. Absolutely. Like, he tries so hard. And he puts his heart into every single moment. Even if he constantly gets rolled, he still tries. He's putting his life on the line. And then George is like, no, you can't use that catchphrase anymore. Fine. I'll put my heart and soul into it then. But Hiromi is just great throughout. He is like I call him Uncle Hiromi for a reason, because he feels like an uncle, right? Is that not just me?
Yeah, because he's old.
He gets along well with like all the siblings, I feel like. Except maybe Sakura. He doesn't have too much interaction with Sakura, like by
Yeah, he
herself.
never really interacts with her. I mean, she's not really around him all that often.
Yeah.
But there's never like a
But as
Yeah,
for
with
his,
Icky, it's obvious because Icky is, the frontliner. Icky's the one who bullies the demons.
Icky is the frontliner. They
He is
usually fight.
Daiji's the coworker, so he has to interact
And
with
he's
them.
like-
Whereas Sakura, it's just like, she's here too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I liked his mentor role to Daiji. When he was doing that, I felt like he was doing great as well. When he got the chance to do it.
Yeah. Which felt
then-
very natural because it's like, yes, this is what he would do. This
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. This is
Especially
why
when
he
he took
exists in
over.
the story. This was thought out ahead of time.
But I guarantee you they were gonna kill him to develop Daiji at some point, but he became way too likable.
I honestly think it's more of a case of the writers forgot that they killed him.
I mean, yeah, that too, but they also did say, like, he became too likable, so we weren't gonna kill him in the first few episodes like we wanted.
They did say, like, in some of the early tweets from the writers, they said Hiromi was just gonna die like episode 1 after he failed to use the ReVice driver. But they liked the actor too much, and they were like, yeah, let's keep him around. And then everyone else liked the actor too, liked him too, and they were just like,
Yeah,
okay, let's just keep him around.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm glad because Hiromi again.
I'm glad.
He's so good. He's such a good character.
And he's wholesome.
And
He's wholesome. He'll
He
And
is.
his
life
mom
on the
dies from
line.
cancer.
Oh.
that's unfortunate.
But he put his life on the line to do the right thing. There's nothing
He
wrong with
did.
it.
Speaking of the part I was getting to, turns out putting his life on the line, that was like his childhood catchphrase. If you've seen Dear Gaga. He's been using that line since he was a little kid, after
Yep.
his own dad died.
Dude is the real writer of the series. Like, this kid has
100%.
lived Kamen Rider.
Side note, I love the Demon Suit. It's not my favorite suit in the show, but I love the
No,
Demon Suit.
no, the demon suit is fun. I do like it. And like if we compare the demon suit to the other 3 main rider suits,
In their base forms, I
yes,
assume?
in their base forms, demons would be my favorite, followed by Jane, and then surprisingly ReVice. ReVice and
I disagree with that. I really like the Golden and White on Live. Just,
oh no,
That's me.
That's completely fair. Live I think is my least favorite. Evil would be right before him.
I would probably say
Actually, I'll
ReVice is
put-
probably my least favorite
I
of
can
the base
understand
form.
Them colors is just. But agree
Anyway,
on
we're getting off.
Yeah.
We're talking about suits. We're talking about Hiromi. Hiromi's great. 9. Easy 9.
Easy 9. Hiromi's best character. George on the other
100%.
hand. Oh, George.
No, George is fine. He is the designated head honcho villain of the series.
George.
Who just lurks in the background.
George is an 8 for me.
How is he in it? Okay, explain your rationale.
Because I'm biased. Nah, George is a solid 7.
So we just learned that Echo has extremely thick eyebrows that he's very embarrassed about.
How
He just Makoto
dare
Aizen
you.
2.0, man.
How dare you? First off,
I-
shut up. But no, George is a solid 7. Obviously.
I like George. I like him in the first. I like him through most of his arcs. Just being like the mad writer-loving scientist. I think he fills that role very well.
The dad
I
stuff could've been
just
better.
like seeing him on
Could've been
screen whenever he's around during like the first and second arcs. Like he's just fun to watch, being his writer-loving self.
Yeah.
That's all great, and I love that about him. When you introduce his dad, though, and you get to his daddy issues, it's just like, dude, call a therapist, please.
Fuck you.
Just go to therapy.
I mean, to be fair, the dad's been dead until he's not dead.
Yeah, George. Like,
I mean, yeah,
George
George
moved on with his life.
George
That's
is
the crazy part.
George is completely in his right to be angry.
Yeah, and he moved on with his life from that too. He even visits the grave, but like other than that, he's just like, this is dead. He's not gonna tell you about it, and then he's like, he's not dead.
I feel like it's just unnecessary to make him a villain. It was just
I mean,
it was
they
just
were-
unnecessary.
either
at
he
that
But
was-
they
either he
were
was or he
clearly having
wasn't.
him be the villain from the jump.
Yeah,
You just had to look at his plucked unibrow, his weird hair, and his giant platform shoes.
It's either
and
he
you
knew
was or he wasn't
this
gonna
guy's
be
a villain.
That's what it was coming down to. Either he is or wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
And they kept doing scenes where he's like, "Ooh, I'm gonna do something shady and mean, and that means I'm a baddie." And they never really justify those. He says sorry, but that's all he does. And it's much easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission.
And I think it's like I think they kind of realize that. So it's like, hey George, I put one of my demons in you. So like I put my demon in you. So guess what?
George's dad is a dick.
So yeah, George has
Shroud,
George has,
Shroud 2.0 is just stupid. Like, he is one of the reasons why.
Yo, he was Shroud 2.0. I hate George's dad. I hate George's dad.
He's one of the reasons that
This is why I hate the weekend.
that the
bro.
weekend is just like
Garbage.
completely worthless as a plot point.
Garbage.
It's like
Oh.
there's no real way for that to have paid off. Correction. There were ways that could have paid off, but not anywhere near when those plot points were
Oh,
taking
did we invite
place.
Blaze back then?
Oh shit!
Right.
I keep forgetting. Sorry, Blaze.
Also, yeah, the weekend as a whole sucks. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, and George's dad is like the whole underpinning of that. George,
Shroud 2.0.
I-
I hate it now. I hate it so much. Why did you say that?
I thought I said that a long time ago.
I-
You did it. That was the first time I've heard you say that.
Really? Because
Yes.
like
This is the first time
they
I've
look
heard
like
you say
Shroud though.
I know, but I wasn't trying to. I wasn't correlating. I hate it so much.
so those are two different parts of Echo's brain and Frag just built the bridge in between, and now that bridge will stay there and will never be burned.
No, I'm burning your ASAP. Where's double? Get the heat fix right now. Heat.
All right,
When Food on
I can't
Sky
just-
ends, I want to.
I want to give George a 7 at least, but I can't really justify that, so I'll give him.
I'm giving him a 7.
After
I
his
give him an
daddy.
8.
See,
I give-
I liked Juga. I liked Juga a lot.
Oh yeah.
It's like top 3 forms in the series for me.
I like the Henshin. The suit is okay.
Yeah, that mention was all the Vice Stat power.
It has a fidget spinner eye. How can you not like the fidget spinner eye?
Because I
It's
don't
like-
like finish spinners.
It's perfectly emblematic of every single demographic that Kamen Rider appeals to now.
Oh,
Distractible, small people
children.
who like really noisy plastic and are distracted by bright shiny lights.
Children.
And jukebox. Shiny lights! He likes shiny lights. It's clear.
And awesome jingles.
I mean, my name is literally Jukebox.
Yeah,
so you
Jukebox.
guys.
I am so glad Pete's doesn't have that. We need a break from that. I'm sorry.
tell-
we
I'll
just
tell you.
Literally the most
absolutely
fitting name.
do.
Anyway,
Jukebox is gonna write jingles, and they're gonna be very famous and catchy.
I hope so one day.
Keep dreaming, bro.
I'm just
believe in you.
Greg. Why do you? Because I honestly can't tell how much of your actual talk about George is like sarcasm or what, like, or you just overamping it. I don't know. I can't
What do
tell
you
with your
mean?
voice too.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Oh god.
Like that, right? Like that thing you just went on where you're saying like, oh, it's obvious from the beginning. Like, look at his plucked unibrow, his platform shoes, and all that. Like, is all that serious? Is all that joking? I can't tell with you.
It's both. It started as a joke and then it was deadly earnest because it was clear that's what they were doing. By like episode 3. Hell, episode 1. It's like, oh, this guy's clearly the villain. Look at the way he holds himself.
I thought it was so obvious. I thought it was one of those like, it was so obvious that they were setting up George to be bad that he wouldn't actually be bad. That's what I thought. Like,
I think you were giving way too
I thought it was a
much
red
awareness
herring.
Oh, okay, red herring.
But, all right. Anyway, that's George.
let's move on from George for a bit now.
Alright. Who's next?
The Deadmans, because F the Weekend. If you want to know how I really feel about the Weekend, they all suck. They all suck. Hikaru sucks.
Who?
Exactly. His suit sucks. Trash. George's dad
Like,
sucks. Even
like
more now that
it's-
it's two Shroud 2.0.
Alright.
Super sucks.
Okay, this is gonna be our weekend little chat then. Like, it's bad when the writer gets introduced, but no one even knows his name. Like, I didn't even know his name. I couldn't remember it. Haruki, Ikari, no, those aren't right. No, it took me forever to get his name down. Honestly.
And I was dreading when Buddy was introduced.
I'm so glad I wasn't the only one with that problem. I am so glad you have no idea. Because I was like I was binge watching it, and I'm like, who is this person? Who are they? Literally, who are they? Who is this person?
I was
not
watching it week
recognize
to
them.
week, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't remember his name when he first appeared as Overdemon. It's like, why are you a writer right now? Like, actually. Ugh.
It was, yeah.
That's Hikaru, and his family falls into, like, the same boat. They're just... And the whole weekend just... bleh.
So,
I give him...
now that we're talking about the Deadmans, I'd like...
I give him a free, just to give him a score.
Wow, that's a generous score.
The Weekend, okay. The only Sakura and Aguilera and Julio, best parts of the Weekend. They got their own thing.
They're also Deadmans, so...
Yeah,
also
so
Deadmans.
like
They're even
their
better.
best aspects have nothing to do with the Weekend.
The
At
Weekend
all.
gets a 0 because screw them. The problems I have with ReVice, even though I still love the series, all stem from the Weekend. I hate it. 0, solid 0, and I say that. No, the show didn't need them. If you took them out, it would have been fine. You wouldn't have.
I agree with that.
That's the
agree.
first time here you get a 0. Shroud 2.0, you and your cronies suck. I don't care. Hate it here.
I have a comment about the number of writers in ReVice, but I'll save it when we're talking about doing like final thoughts. Unless you want me to do it now.
No. Let's keep moving. Oh my god. Let's keep moving.
Anyway, the Deadmans. Julio, Aguilera, and Oteka. Which one do we want to discuss first?
Let's get Julio out the way. Not because Julio's a bad character. Julio's a fun character.
Julio,
I
I like
do enjoy
Julio
that.
when he was first introduced. He's the sombrero one. Like, he's one that he's obviously the weakest of the Deadmans that we get introduced to.
I strongly
he's the one-
disagree, but it's okay. You're allowed to believe that. His true power was being hidden all along in his trumpet.
I missed the trumpet. I'm honest. I missed the trumpet.
Once they got,
I liked his Deadman's form. I thought it was cool.
I did. I
Weird
couldn't tell what the
fursuity
fuck it was
thing.
trying to be, but
I don't know. Is it a
What?
wolf? I don't.
I'll tell you right now. Once Julio's actual character arc was done, especially as a Deadman.
I did like his
There was-
character arc though. I will say I enjoyed his character arc, his backstory there.
That was
Like-
all good.
But once it was over, he's just like,
He just
okay, what do I do now?
He still
Can I
has
do
some of
anything?
the best character acting moments in the show, though.
Such as
Such as blubbering with ice cream. Such
Okay.
as Mega Icky. Where he's
Alright.
like, oh, imagine what Icky would be like if he was a complete asshole and a tool. And I'm just like, yes. Everyone's like,
Okay.
oh my god, that's terrible. What are you doing? And they're like, no, that's exactly how he would be. You're right.
all right, yeah, I'll give Julio those points. But they just
Consistently awful hair.
well, when he gets the little bandana, it's at least better than the bowl cut.
But it was Weekend bandana, and that's not okay.
That is true. That is true. Okay, never mind. It negates itself.
Definitely a problem with Weekend
Julio, like I. The only problem is that the writers just forget he exists. I honestly think they forgot Julio was a character. I honestly do. For like
I don't know
the
why
second to third act.
they thought that the guy.
And they
who
only
was
remembered he
originally
was a
overdated
character
was
when
something.
they only remembered that Julio was a character when everyone complained that Hikaru was over demons.
Yeah.
It's like, why is Hikaru over demons and not Julio? Wait, who the
who's
fuck
this
is
guy?
Julio?
Hikaru sucks. I swear, I'm telling
Wait,
you.
I thought we killed this guy.
I'm
What do you mean
telling-
we didn't kill him?
I'm telling you, Hikaru was
Well,
just
shit.
introduced for someone for Sakura, and then they realized he sucks. Aguilera, do a better job. Thank you. Hikaru, leave.
Be gone.
At the end, I really thought they were gonna do it. I really thought they were gonna. Hey, Sakura, you wanna go hang out sometime with me? All awkward and fidgety. No, they didn't do that. Thank goodness. I hate that character.
Anyway, last word or number on Julio, I give him a 5.
5.
7.5 because he tries so hard.
Got so far.
In the end, it doesn't even matter. We did that in 2 very different styles, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. All right, which dead man next?
Aguilera. Sakura's the
I like her.
other half.
She's my favorite of the dead man trio. At the end of the day, I think
I can see that.
she is my favorite of the dead man trio. She has the most development. Her just being like born into a cult and with like no
Another-
female friends, and I love the friendship there between Aguilera and John.
Another example of total missed opportunities. You could have done so many interesting things with that concept, and they just don't. They're just
Yeah.
like, oh no, she's just brainwashed. And it's like, well,
She's just
She even-
brainwashed, and then the next episode she's just back in normal society once her arc is over.
yeah. And I'm like, at least they had the common decency to be like, well, actually, you know, she does have to atone for all the bad shit she got up to. And I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Yeah. So that's fine.
Some people I know were upset about that, and I'm like, no, you don't understand that they killed people. A lot of people.
No, I am
A lot of
okay with
people
that.
got fucking eaten by GIF.
Yeah,
like,
Mm-hmm.
Like I said,
they
I am
die.
100% okay with Sakura going, you know what? We need to atone. Let's do it. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with her working towards atonement. Who's mad at that? Why?
because they wanted they thought she's a cute girl, she can do no wrong. I'm pretty sure was their rationale. I couldn't tell you.
No, I like her. I guess I'm happy that she became a writer. I like her. She's okay as a writer. She doesn't get to do much once she becomes a
Yeah.
writer. But at least she still
thought-
gets to fight, unlike a certain someone who we just talked about.
I thought the
Girls were even
kunai
supposed to
knife
do-
props were ridiculously large.
Yeah.
They did not
Well,
work.
that's
she stabbed,
that's because she stole them from Gaim.
And she stabbed Veil in the feet. So
Is that where they're from?
yeah.
Are those the same prop?
They're just strawberry knives, just
Wow.
repainted. Same thing with her buffalo fangs from the remix. Those are stolen from Kiwi Arms. But yeah, at least she got a chance to be a writer. And I think I didn't like the suit at first, I'll be honest. I didn't like it too much, but it grew on me over time. I can dig it. I give her same score as Sakura, 7.
Agree. Granted, I gave Sakura 8,
Yeah.
but I can give her.
I mean, I wanted to like Aguilera more than I did. So I'd have to give her like a 7's probably fine. Like, I didn't hate her, but I felt like getting excited over her was sort of it just, like, she wasn't worth it. She hadn't earned it. So maybe a
Yeah.
6.5. Like, she didn't offend me, but I didn't care for her.
That's fair.
No,
I didn't
just
dislike her
said-
though, so maybe that's harsh, but like there's a lot more things that I'm much harsher on. But so
Right.
speaking of the Deadmans, and it's important.
Oh,
Um,
Who?
Who do we care?
I like
He's-
Urteka as a
He's the
villain.
designated He's Brain from Drive.
He is, but not nearly as good of a
because now
character.
I can't
No.
unsee it.
He's very
Does that
boring.
make Julio heart?
They at least try with Ortega. They at least try to make him a decent villain.
Yeah.
Like,
Eventually. And it's
unlike-
like, oh, well, actually, he's been masterminding everything all along. And it's like, that's clever, but, like, it kind of comes out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, no, he's actually playing a different game than everyone else. And I'm like, that's okay, but
yeah.
is it
I
really
think-
a good idea? Because it, like, it makes everyone else in the Dead Men seem like complete rubes, which was the point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, did no one at any point in time stop to think, hey, you know, maybe we're doing the wrong thing? But then again, you have Julio, whose character motivation is somebody tore my Yu-Gi-Oh card. And that's why I'm going to actually kill people. And I'm like, well, that's fine.
I want to like Arteka, especially considering like he's the best villain we have.
Yeah.
In Arc 2, so and like the guys who come after him just don't do anything. We'll get to them later, but
we might as well get to them now. I'm sure after time. That's
all right. Anyway, Arteka, I'll give him a 6.
yeah.
I think he's okay. I want to like him, but
I did like how he was when he did have the demon guy. And he was like, yeah, no, I'm doing this and shit. That Hiromi couldn't handle, and like, dude was a fucking menace. That's all good.
Yeah,
I didn't like his time as demons. His time as demons was good. All right. So the last two villains, quote unquote.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, before we talk about the rest, the Deadmans, I feel, are kind of representative of reasons that ReVice kind of makes me sad as a show. Because, like, so, a common theme in Kamen Rider, particularly modern Kamen Rider, is the concept of missed opportunities. And how, for a long time now, like, shows basically feel like they could have done something really cool, and then are just like, let's not. Or just miss the mark. ReVice and the Deadmans are part of this. ReVice could have been the phenomenal tag team Lucha Kamen Rider series. All the setup was there. This show wanted to be tag team luchador wrestling fights with Kamen Rider suits.
Yeah.
And it just didn't do it because it was a coward. It was scared to be flamboyant. We had inklings of flamboyance. We had the Deadmans. Gracias, Deadmans. You know, it's there.
10 of 10
Like-
best villain in the show. Just saying. Gotta throw that out there. And now I have completely derailed.
I'm just like, it saddens the hell out of me that the show could have been so. I never knew I wanted something until I realized, you know what, it's still got more creative artistry than anything Zio ever did. If it had gone that route, but it didn't.
I'm not even mad at that statement. I'm not. I'm not.
You're allowed to be, but at the same time,
No, I'm not mad
like,
at
that
the
show was entirely designed to sell toys and had no redeeming qualities beyond that. Sorry, I know you liked it.
No, you're
I
good,
enjoyed the
you're good.
music.
You're good. You're good.
Gio has
man.
some pretty great bops.
You're
There
good,
were a
man.
couple good tunes in Dio. I'm willing to grant it that.
No, Frank, you're good. Because, like, I can't say, no, fuck you, and you're too. No, I can't do it.
Yes, you can.
Alright, before this evolves into another Echo tries his best to defend Gio.
I'm
Back
not
to
going
ReVice.
to, though. I'm not going to, though. I'm just going to, like...
So, okay, positive things about GIF. Let's talk GIF. What's a positive thing about GIF? I'm gonna start. Hammer pants. The hammer pants were excellent.
I want to laugh.
Alright. Alright.
Uh,
Whose turn next to give a positive thing about Gif?
what I get? I
It's not me because I can't think of one. Other than the hammer.
they gave him something to fight. I guess the
All right.
family rider kick on gift, that was good. I guess we'll make it a one.
Okay.
I can
Gift
make,
That was
fine.
fun.
Getting
GG.
bops.
making a 1v1 room, Blaze. You better join.
Oh no. Oh no. But I'm in the middle of
Eh.
AC2.
GIF and Akaishi literally are just
is as bad
like
as
GIF
Obi-Wan.
starts the show as a stone statue, and he ends the show as a stone statue.
Yeah, you can't really say much about GIF.
So he's a pillar man.
I do like the family rider kick against him. That was neat. I did like how GIF was used as like this looming presence of just they didn't do anything though. So that's a 1. That's a
They-
1. Akaishi
they
is
did
also a 0.
Absolutely nothing. with
See,
GIF.
he did one thing.
What did
He looked like a giant space vagina.
I didn't want to say it.
I know you didn't, but
But now
somebody
it has
has
been
to.
said.
Someone had to, and he's not wrong.
I just could have. And he didn't even want to kill our main writers. Like he wanted to kill everyone else except the
Igarashi.
family. And I'm just saying he doesn't. It's just gross when you think about it. Let's be real. Like he wants to repopulate. He wants to kill everybody but this one family, and then repopulate civilization with just their descendants.
Listen, so long as they have angst and like negative feelings that create demons, it's fine. It doesn't matter how inbred they are.
Anyway,
It's totally okay.
Ugh.
so let's.
I didn't like GIF, and Akaishi can go burn in hell.
Akaishi is
You see,
better than
Akaishi, I will maintain, could have been a very interesting character. His role is kind of like the herald. I thought was very interesting, but it's introduced at the weirdest time in the show.
And in
Like-
and you never like see him turn into the Herald. There's no like flashback.
Well, it's supposed to. The Herald
Like,
for the upcoming Doom.
as
The
far as I can
first
tell,
person
as far as I could tell as a viewer, he was just bullshitting about all of that.
Yeah. Oh
'Cause-
yeah. We have no proof that he's on the level, and
Yeah.
he probably isn't. Because he's like, I mean, he's a coward, which doesn't mean anything, other than he's a coward. Which I thought was actually a compelling part of his character. To be honest, I thought that was probably the most compelling thing his character had going for him.
That and he kept fighting in a white suit. And like, okay, villain, white suit, nothing wrong with it. But
And then he
Akaishi-
stained it with Hikaru's dad's blood. Wait, who?
cares,
Never
man?
mind.
Who?
Because the weekend sucks. The car and his family suck. I'm glad he didn't try to get at Sakura. Don't add that in a V cinema or a freaking movie. I swear to fuck.
I honestly, I just didn't like him all, and not even in like a love to hate kind of way. Just like I just don't like him. Hate kind of way.
Like the idea behind the character is good. The execution of the character is horrendously bland.
Yeah.
It's like there is nothing there to sink your teeth into.
Yeah. So yeah. And also, he's like in the show. He's primarily the one responsible for Daiji's down. So.
Yeah. And
I also don't like him for that.
I don't really know how he managed to convince Daiji of any of that, even though it's like, because Daiji goes there with the express purpose to save what's-her-face. He sees that Akaishi is corrupting / killing what's-her-face, and he's like, well, obviously Akaishi is like somebody I should listen to for any amount of time.
But then,
And I'm like, what?
and the stupid part is, he's like, oh, I'm gonna set it up so Ikki kills her. Right? And it's like, well, Ikki didn't kill her. You did, Akaishi. And then Daiji sees and he's like, oh, well, this is lost now. Excuse me, Daiji?
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like he's
Yeah.
like it's a case where Daiji's like he's in the loop. He knows what's going on.
But he's an idiot.
And then he suddenly just has no idea what's going on, and you're like, wait, what? Literally 1 episode ago, you knew exactly what was up. You told everyone what was going on.
Yeah.
You're the
and
one
I-
who told the entire party, yeah, this guy's a complete friggin' nut, and he's evil. And then you're like, I'm going to listen to him. Like, there's 1 or 2 moments where he's like, oh, I'm just pretending to go along with it. It's like, no, but you're absolutely going along with it. And I don't know how he got diluted like that, and I think they wanted to tie that to he's killed Kagero, so his better judgment isn't there, but they do nothing to back that up.
Right. Yeah, and Ake, and Ake is kind of emblematic of the whole problems with that whole Daiji situation. So that's why I especially don't like him, because I really wanted to like Daiji.
Buddy's out here talking about, yeah, Daiji's my son. Excuse me, bro.
Yeah, no, just
See, that I thought made sense. I thought it was compelling. I think you could have done things with that aspect where he's like, he just kind of misses being a human being, but they do nothing to back it up.
And they tried. That's the one time where because they tried to tie that in again with the whole family aspect, the whole family angle that they have in the show. But that's just one part where it just doesn't work. I just don't feel like that works, because nothing about him feels genuine. It never feels genuine at all with him.
Which I thought was actually something you could do something with as a, he's not genuine. Maybe you can make that a defining character trait, and they never really go the distance on that. They come close. By his actions, he kind of does that. But, like, they just kind of cop out.
Okay, so... I think we talked about all the characters at this point. Do we have anyone else?
Yeah, we have Boo.
Majin Buu?
I like Boo. Cool. I like Boo. He's he's more ties into Veil, obviously, but I liked him a lot in the first arc, where he's like this guy who like knows everything and like this expert detective, and he's just like, "What's your day job again?" And he's just like, Anyway, moving on.
Moral of the story is the weekend sucks.
Yep, they corrupt everything they touch.
And GIF. I don't like either of them. GIF.
I'd rather have GIF than the weekend.
There's just a statue.
I would rather have GIF. At least GIF is honest.
Yeah.
When he's talking, he didn't even talk until like.
He didn't talk.
Until like the halfway point of the show. It's so fucking embarrassing. What an embarrassing show! Like when ReVice is missing the mark, it's just kind of embarrassing. You're like, oh my gosh, what were they thinking? I would kill to be a fly on the wall for some of the development.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, that's characters. What's next? Got a couple other
Suits,
things.
I guess.
Real
Suits.
quick, jump into music. The music was fun.
Okay, the music. I
actually like the music by and large.
I'm gonna
There's
be
a
honest.
couple
I love
repetitive.
a lot of these inserts.
Yeah, like the insert songs are all good. I'm hard pressed to think of an insert song that wasn't pretty killer. There's one or two of the tracks that they play a lot that kind of stopped growing on me for a while. After a while, where I'm like, they're just kind of using this track because they have it, as opposed to it being appropriate to the scene.
Yeah. Right.
And I couldn't tell you which one it is, but you'd know it if you heard it. Where it's just kind of like, oh, this is just sort of here, and it's sort of atonal, like somebody's noodling around on a keyboard. And I'm like, this doesn't really work for me.
Yeah,
but most of the insert music is okay. Like any of the
background music is fine. I think the battle music is pretty good.
Yeah, all the battle music is good. All the battle music is good. I don't think there's a single one of the battle tunes that's bad. There's some tune. There's the aforementioned sounds like somebody noodling tune that pops up during battle once or twice during a quote serious moment. And I'm just like, I can't take it seriously because this just sounds like somebody who has too much time on their hands.
Going through like the main songs, the opening Live Devil is fantastic.
Yeah,
I love Live Devil.
I like it because it's about the ice, and I actually do like that one song against the Granted, that was for a game. But no, like, you're on there. I'm rocking with it.
I love Live Devil. The other inserts, Go With The Flow. I love the variety of the insert songs as well. Go With The Flow kind of has like that surfer vibe in it, you know? Da 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 da. I love that vibe.
Definitely,
of Go With The Flow.
Definitely my favorite. Also, one of the songs that made me think they definitely wanted to do like tag team pro wrestling, but don't ask why that tune made me think that, but it reinforces it for me.
My personal favorite of the inserts, though, is Volcano. I love Volcano.
They dropped a mini video for it too, and it's just Icky and Vice. surrounded by a circle of fire doing cool shit.
I absolutely love Volcano. Then after that is we don't get a whole lot of intro songs after that until like the very end where we get My Dream. I love My Dream, by the way, as both as the opening of the Veil and during its little cameo in the stream fight. Really, it's a nice way to get the mom in on the action, even if she's not actually there. Mirage Mirror is great. That's the Ability Live song. I love Mirage Mirror. It sounds a lot like Rambu Exclamation No, and I mixed up the two a couple of times when I was first listening to it. Cherish is the John song. It's okay. It's a very poppy. It's the girl Kamen Rider song. Yeah. It has that vibe to it.
That was kind of the thing I didn't really like about Jean as a writer is they like it. They were like, yeah, she's the girl Kamen Rider, and I'm like, she doesn't have to be though.
Yeah.
She can be more.
She can be so much more than that. And then they were like, no. Right down to her belt theme. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Literally, almost note for note what they did for, what's her face from Saber.
Sabala?
Yeah. It's like the same note intervals. It's different notes. It's wild how similar they are.
Oh, they know each other now. Okay.
Da 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 da. Then what's John's? Ja 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 Jana. Okay, kind of similar.
Yeah, she was.
I feel like
I did like her character.
I just want to make clear.
After that,
I just know I'm not why I'm not in the match yet.
Then the only other insert that's in like the actual show, I think, is the one that plays only during the final episode. Da 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 da, which you didn't talk about when I was doing the recap. I actually do like that one. It's a nice, like, quiet ballad in the background. It's not really a ballad, but you know what I mean. It's a nice song to have over the fight. I like it. It's really good. I would listen to that a couple times and it gives me goosebumps. So, I like that one. The other two inserts that we have that aren't in the show, but we do have them, are Riot in Bloom which is Aguilera's theme song. I like that one as well. Riot in Bloom. And she gets like multiple music videos for that one as well, which is great.
Because she's the girl writer.
She's the other girl writer. But at least hers is more like rockin' than John's is, so it's not as poppy. And then there's George's song, which is just him naming off every writer.
That was funny. Like I was like, you know what?
In like his weird, goofy George way too.
Do it to the hilt. Like don't let anybody tell you what to do, George. Just do what you do to the hilt. It was so surreal. Like I'm watching it, I'm like, this is Dadaism. Like this is deliberately an artistic statement about not being artistic, and I'm down with it. I'm down with it. This is awful, but in like an artsy way, and I'm like okay with this. Right, it's very George.
Anyway.
Let's wrap it all up.
Long story short, I absolutely love all the insert songs. 9 out of 10 for the insert songs. Background music is okay. Doesn't get in the way.
It's alright.
Alright.
Alright, so let's move along here to the suits. Not that many.
ReVice needed a different color palette.
Yeah, like for the entire show, like except for Jean and Juga.
John and Juga
and D-Stream.
And this one. Those are like the four best.
When I say ReVice need, I'm specifically talking about like ReVice himself.
I know.
Like, I'm just saying like the.
But
I think every other suit is perfectly suitable and works fine.
It's gotten passable. I don't know. Like Live's light blue doesn't really work for me, but it's or Holy Live, or is it Vanilla Live?
Holy Live.
Vanilla Live.
Holy Live.
Holy Live. Okay. That light blue didn't work for me until he got the evil buff, which added much needed contrast. It just kind of looked dirty. Like, it's like, oh, this is a slightly off-white with a white. And I know it's a blue.
Okay.
I can tell it's a blue, but it's like, it's pale enough that I had problems.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not like. I really do like ReVice. Like the suit.
I generally like all of the suits except like ReVice's. The ReVice suits keep screaming at me. Like, okay, I'm looking at you. God, stop screaming.
Especially. Why Thundergale? Why?
Especially Thundergale.
Yeah, so Thundergale. Can we talk about that?
I love that.
Like, who was in charge of that decision?
I don't know.
Yeah, why is his teeth pink?
Yeah, why is his teeth pink? Well, it's like, oh, here's some bright yellowish green. All right, you sure?
You could have literally put something better to rock with. Oh, it was just.
I do think like
Thundergale and Overdemons were the worst suits. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Overdemons is just a pretty bad Kit Bash. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's low effort and kind of ugly, which is.
It's fitting for the owner of the suit.
Yeah, you can. Who? Don't diss my boy Julio like this.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad, Julio. The previous owner of the suit, who's a part of the weekend. Ugh.
Anyway, I like all them. Like, I think like their upgrade forms generally are all except Thundergale. With the exception of Thundergale, ReVice's upgrade forms are pretty okay.
Yeah.
I think Barad Rex works in its own way. Both Barad Rex and Volcano both work.
Barad Rex is okay.
Rolling Demons is the obvious best one, like hands down.
So Rolling Demons is okay. I do think it looks generally good because it's fairly simple and straightforward to the point. However, I do gotta tell you, of the Reiwa era, the Ultimate form is probably my second best of all of Reiwa so far. It is.
Oh, the battle armor.
It is ridiculously good.
Gifford Rex. I like Gifford Rex.
I want to block, but
I think having the more muted colors from the base form works really well. Just having the straight blue and red and not like the light blue and the light pink.
Yeah. He didn't get the Reiwa extra final or ultimate form, whatever we call it. I don't care. I'm happy he didn't get it.
We didn't get it. It's fine.
Yeah,
So happy.
Everything is all right.
I was dreading that, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But I think like every other suit in the show, there isn't really like one suit I really dislike other than Thundergale, obviously, but otherwise I think it's fine. I think the whole concept, just quickly talking about the concept of ReVice's like animal rider hybrids. Like at first I was like, okay, but it kind of grew on me. Like it's a unique aesthetic for his
Some are definitely better than others. But
I agree with that.
They're not horrible. Like, I still don't really like them in the sense that it's like, okay, I get it. It's an anniversary series.
Yeah, I do like that they didn't. Like, you can tell it's an anniversary series, but they didn't like play it up too much as an anniversary series.
Yeah,
especially
like
in the later half.
Yeah, the merch is anniversary series, at least for ReVice, and then nobody else is, which is fine. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
It's never a thing in the series at all. It's just his designs.
Yeah.
And it's justified in series by George being a common writer.
Of the
Kamen writer nerd.
Okay, of the base forms, I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm gonna be biased. Jackal is probably my favorite of his. Of just ReVice's base animal hybrid ones.
Hey, we're being biased in Bracio's one.
I either go Jackal or Lion as my two favorites.
Yeah, Lion for me at least is pretty hard to top.
Too bad, Drive didn't get one.
And also, I do like the aesthetic they had early on, where it was like, where Vice was essentially like taking the leftovers and like stitching his suit together. I like.
Yeah, I really liked that. I really liked that because it just like, and that's another thing that made me like, yo, this is clearly trying to be a lucha show, but somebody forgot to do that, and it saddens me.
Yeah.
Could have been the best
Yeah.
lucha ever.
I dig it.
Would have been so cool. But
I guess overall, I'll give the suits a 7. I guess.
I give it a 6. Too many
6.
not a lot of ooh. Feel me?
yeah,
That's fair.
even Jean is like, I like the contrasting colors because you can't go wrong with purple and gold. Particularly those shades of purple and gold, but once you see past those
We're not talking
contrasting
Ultraman
colors-
anymore, Frag. You can say blue.
Jean is
You-
purple though.
Really? I thought she was blue.
She's definitely purple, dude.
Bruh, I don't know.
What is your tone for?
She is the same purple that what's his face from Saber is. The villain.
No.
What?
No.
Frag.
Are you-
Frag, what is your color definition?
Are you good? So you want to talk about? She blue.
We're in that actually. You know how the experiments where two people, where they always say like your red isn't the same as our red. We're actually in that moment right now. Holy shit!
She's absolutely purple. It's a very dark purple, but it's like a royal purple.
No, it's a blue.
It's not a blue, dude.
No.
There is red in that son of a bitch.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
I'm seeing blue. Like it's blue.
It's gotta be.
It's not blue.
No. Okay, no, because my brain's gonna break. Let's move on from that.
Frag. When you get time, post a picture of purple and post a picture of blue.
No.
Just a paint swatch so we can see what you're seeing.
See, there are many purples and there are many blues, and this happens to be a very blue purple, but it is definitely purple.
Huh? Okay, my
Okay,
brain-
colors aside.
Yes, thank you.
Colors aside, I give the suits a 7. Frag, Echo gave it a 6. Frag was talking about John.
We did
Where were-
that frag long enough. Frag, continue.
See, now I know I'm just gonna get shat on for knowing that a purple's a purple and everybody's trying to
no
lie.
one's gonna do that to you.
We're putting that aside.
Anyway,
Like, we'll still be faking it, but we won't say it.
anyway, it kind of lacked definition. Like, you didn't have 0-1 cleanliness for most of the show. You had some that came close, where it's got really clean lines. Geets is definitely going that angle, which I'm happy about.
Excuse
I'd
me,
like to know the
boys.
name of the person who's doing the
Now
suit
you know how
designs.
to block Blaze? All the way off, Blaze.
But it's
I will
like,
say that
they were okay, but none of them
I
wowed me.
I get what you were saying about the clean lines, but I kind of like
That suit
the
is bullshit, Echo. God
like
damn.
with Demons is messy. I feel like in a good, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like
Demons,
there's a couple
Demons
of good
does,
messes.
see, Demons though I would contend actually has clean lines, compared to say like Evil, who has like no lines at all. He just has a couple neon splotches, which I think
Yeah.
does work in his favor, kind of. But then like you have ReVice, who is like these pastels.
Yeah. I would love to see like the ReVice suits in just like a better color scheme. You know? I don't know what that color scheme would be, just a better one.
Well, Thunder Gale exists.
See, now that's not the better one.
Imagine, if you will, a world where people do genuinely think that that looks good, though. It just blows my mind. Somebody
Imagine
did
a
that.
world where people think this design is good. You have now entered the
It's
Twilight
my
Zone.
main
The
problem
band
is-
idea.
That's my main problem. The colors are the problem. The design itself, like the actual design
It's a
itself.
bit top heavy.
Yeah, because it's just like, hey, we're gonna put more armor on.
That's for a lot of them, and that's
It's
That's-
true. In
that's-
fact, this is a common Japanese like hero media thing. Like Gundams are very top heavy a lot of the time, or were for a long time. They're getting a little better about it. Double O, I
That-
think, is one of the biggest offenders, where it's just like they don't have feet.
That
Like,
also
they might
relates
as
to
well.
like how the figures work, because the figures
Yeah.
for ReVice are like the way you swap them is you literally take just the top armor off and you use the same legs for each figure.
I
So
did not know that.
Like, what the fuck? Okay.
that's the same. Is the same reason why we were watching the Gates premiere earlier today. That's the same reason why Gates does that whole thing where his arms become his legs, because that's how the figure works. All right. Anyway, okay. So we talked about suits. We talked about music. We talked about characters. We talked about story. What's left?
Well, we're getting there. Oh my gosh, I got distracted because Blaze all of a sudden wants to turn up. What the fuck? Anyway,
Blaze is turning up.
we're pretty much at that point now. We gotta.
There's one more thing I have on my list though, but it kind of only applies to me.
What?
The merch.
Stamps are cool. I will get the ReVice belt.
I think the stamps are okay. I think the jingles for the base forms are fine. Some of the ones they do later, like Holy Live and Ability Live, I love Ability Lives. Holy Lives and Ability Lives are pretty good, but most of them are fairly just generic for the show. Like, none of them really stand out too much, which is unfortunate. The stamps themselves are like, only one writer uses them as, stamps, and actually does stamping with them. Everyone else, they just plug into something, and that's all you get.
This is why we need to stop having gimmicky transformation devices like that, because it's clear that there's, like, no reason for them to be the way they are. Like,
Yeah.
What's the in-universe reason for them being the stamps? Other than Gifu stamp, for no reason. There's no reason.
There isn't really any. Like, they could have been Gaia memories, essentially, at the end of the day.
Especially to the point you say, which is, like, you have one writer who uses them as stamps, and then everybody else is just, like, their guy.
Plug him into a thing. Demons doesn't even plug his in. Demons has to hold his stamp to the side. It doesn't even plug into his belt. And side note, there's only 2 regular DX belts, only ReVices and Lives. All the other ones are P Bandai, which is why isn't John's P Bandai? John's should not be Bandai. That should have been a regular freaking one.
Probably because they thought, oh, Girl Rider's not gonna show up.
I know why, but it's just
It is.
Yeah,
that's
my
another
rant
one.
on
A
merch.
bunch of the belts are also needlessly complicated. Where it's like, oh, here's this big swivelly bit.
Now Blaze is just taunting me by dodging.
I was hoping that I kind of got the ReVice driver because I was hoping they would do something interesting with it. But no, even the final form is just another stamp. Unlike the X8 belts, where it's like, you get the attachment and then you get Maximum X, and then the final form plugs onto Maximum X and folds down over the main screen. Like, that's cool. But they don't do anything even close to that for this one. It's just, it's a bigger stamp. And there's 2 stamps that combine together into one stamp. But you have to split it up and only use 1 stamp each. Yeah. That's my rant on the merch. I don't regret, at the end of the day, getting a merch. Maybe part of me does, but I'll give it like a 7. It's definitely not the best merch we've had of the Braywood era. I'd say it's probably the weakest. I like the Progress keys better. Alright, that's my merch right now, out of the way.
So let's talk about the English subs for the Blu-rays.
Yeah, we're never getting those.
Oh, right.
So yeah, alright, overall with the show, because went on way too long.
Overall with the show, since we're talking about like overall things, I think this is gonna sound crazy coming from me, but I think the best way you could have improved the show is one of the best ways you could have is getting rid of all the writers that aren't Igarashi's. I'm just saying. Like,
no, I agree, because Overdue is a
not just him though. Like, get rid of You can keep Aguilera as a character. You can keep Hiromi as a character, but unless they're Igarashis, they shouldn't be writers.
Only reason Aguilera I can allow is because it's part of her redemption or atonement.
No.
So I'm okay with that.
I'm throwing Hiromi out here, and I love Hiromi, but no,
see, look,
they don't get to be writers. My
get
theoretical ReVice of ReVice. Revise of ReVice. We can keep their characters, but they don't get to be writers. Unless we make Hiromi an actual uncle. But otherwise, no.
I can get what you're saying, and I don't disagree. I'm down with that. Just for me, Hiromi's just Hiromi. I can't not take away something from her. But Aguilera, like I said, for me it just works with her atonement, becoming one of them.
I do have to agree with Dunn in the sense that
I do get
Hiromi's best moments are absolutely when he is not demons.
Right.
Which I think they
get
could have worked into the plot maybe a bit better, and kind of like Hibiki, where it's like you don't have to be a writer to be relevant.
Yeah.
But they kind of are just
Right.
like paying lip service to that, and not really going the full distance. I felt it's sort of implicit with the way his
And
character
they
went.
even like I thought of that when they were doing like Julio's art.
Yeah,
Julio's like secondary thing where he was wanting to be a Kamen Rider but just wasn't. And then they just undermined that anyway by just making him overdue.
No, again, I hear what you're saying and I get what you're saying. That's why the first one that came to my mind was over demons didn't need to be a thing. Like, I don't know, like I said with Aguilera, like her being a writer because of atonement, I get that. You know what I'm saying? Definitely agree that there were too many writers for that show. Especially when they weren't particularly relevant to the Igarashi family. And Hiromi not being a writer, I'm cool with. Granted, I do still like the demon suit. Like I said, I can see that, but part of me is like, I just can't take nothing away from her. I like him too much. That's just the bias talking.
You're being soft, Echo. You're being soft.
I just admitted that was the bias talking.
I know. Look, I love Hiromi as a character too. If I had to rewrite ReVice, I would get rid of any writer, non-Igarashi, and I would
make the
replace
mama writer,
Skiff.
definitely.
You can make the mama writer. She works. She fits that
She needs to
criteria.
be a writer. She needs to be a mama writer. But yeah.
And then just get some other villain, or at least give them some presence. Because they just have none. And again, this is coming from me, the guy who absolutely hates villains and does not care. But ReVice actually made me realize, like, so this is what it's like when the villains suck. Huh.
Yep.
I hadn't felt that with a show before, until this one.
I am glad you have now experienced the downside to mediocrity in villains. It is very important that you remember this lesson. Because there are a lot of them.
Yeah.
I will take it. Alright. Okay, final rankings then? Or anything else? Anyone else have overall thoughts on the show? Or anything like that?
That's what I was getting to before you said the thing.
Before my little spiel, right?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that though. Like less writers for sure, especially fuck over them. I'm gonna keep talking trash about that motherfucker. I don't care. Fuck him.
Is he? Oh, we didn't do MVR. Well,
Hiromi.
obviously MVR is Hiromi. Yes.
Yeah, there doesn't need to be. It needs not to be said.
We've already stated this last
The
week.
easiest decision since Kira Major.
We stated it last week. It's Hiromi. Spoiler alert. It's Hiromi.
Who else in that show kills an ascended mook who wasn't a mook like 3 episodes prior with a bow and arrow without being a writer? Like, he makes the writers look bad,
100%.
and I love it.
Awesome Ichijo.
It's absolutely Ichijo, and I admire the hell out of it.
That said,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Hiromi, like, it turns out is like related to Ichijo in some way. If they wanted to do a bigger writer-connected universe. Oh, we forgot spin-offs. Damn.
No, we can get to it. We don't gotta worry about those.
Okay, just really quickly, the mystery is a fun little mystery thing. It doesn't tie in the main plot. It's nice to see past writers and all that jazz. It's a good anniversary thing.
It's nice to see the
Axel.
Spider Orphanok.
Alright, Axel. Good to see you.
'Cause he's a good boy.
You mean the snake?
I thought he was a spider.
He's a snake.
Whatever.
Right.
The comic relief Orphanok.
Yeah.
There you go. He is a snake. All right, but I do like that one. It's not my favorite, but I really dig it. Veil Legacy, ReVice Veil Legacy is like
That one ties into the show pretty well, so I do enjoy
it. Honestly, it's like the only one that you're kind of required to watch for the show if you want to get full enjoyment out of it. None of the other ones you do though.
Yeah, that one's more full context.
But I do like it, and I love the story between how like Genta met Yukimi, mom and dad, and I thought they had a pretty decent love story, and we don't get those a lot in Kamen Rider. So, and they kind of had to do it because these two have to have kids. So,
Yeah, you do.
I enjoyed that overall. My one thing is like they kind of mentioned a weekend in that as well. Like, Boo is like already part of a resistance group that far back, and I'm just like, why? Why is there a resistance group for a like government organization already? Like, why does that exist? Anyway.
Just fuck the weekend.
Dear God is also semi-important, but only in the sense of otherwise Hiromi comes back out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, that's Dear Gaga is important for Hiromi in specific.
Yeah.
And I did quite like Dear Gaga. Now that you have both parts, it's a very decent one.
Mm-hmm. Here.
I do think the strongest writing in ReVice is in its side stories, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like, even down to the mystery. The mystery is better written than most of ReVice in terms of consistency. It's just like, yeah, this is who's writing this, and why couldn't we get them? I don't understand.
Why did we have
Right.
to, you know what I'm saying?
Obviously the movie, the Battle Familia isn't out yet, obviously, so you can't really comment on that. We have an entire review and reaction to Beyond Generations, so not going to spend too much time on that.
Yeah. So Beyond Generations was solid.
They threw
A solid crossover movie.
They threw a mannequin off a cliff.
Best part of the movie.
We don't have the Battle Familia movie, obviously, but we do have Birth of Chimera, which is not even related to anything ReVice at all.
No,
It's a completely separate side story.
Yeah. Just see it.
Which is actually pretty dark, if you've seen it. It's a nice little side. I'm curious how that ties in, so I can't really comment too much on that right now. I have to see how it ties into like the main movie. So, and then the last major spin-off anyway, that we have is not even over yet. Girls Remix, which
It's fun.
I've been loving so far. It's a fun thing. I want them to actually say the words Kamen Rider Tackle. I want them to say it because that's what it seems like they're building up to. And I hope that's true. But we'll have to see. I can't give a final rating on that yet till after the whole thing is done. But I'm happy that we're getting a lot of the previous girls back in. Even like some of the ones who aren't writers, like Akiko and Sawa.
Yeah.
Good to see them back
it's
too.
Definitely nice seeing freaking. It's definitely nice seeing Valkyrie come back. Even if like, she's.
They tried. They at least tried. You know.
Right. So I'm glad.
Like.
I'm glad that happened. The one that caught me off guard the most, which I was hoping for, and it naturally made me happy that it was there, Tsukiyomi. I thought I didn't expect Tsukiyomi at all. So
We don't even know what she does yet, but it is happy. I am glad to see her in it. So.
It's a shame that her actress is not like completely like cut off everything. Like,
Oh.
we don't know what happened to her. She just disappeared.
Means she probably got married or had an affair or something, and
I wouldn't.
wanted to actually live her fucking life for 5 minutes.
There we go. Live the life. Yeah. 'Cause that
Anyway.
happened- same with Vulcan's actor. He just off the green.
Oh, he vanished too.
Yeah. That's like he had a YouTube channel and everything. What's 01? Nothing from that.
Anyway, actors aside, I am also very happy because I'm an X8 fan to see Poppy back. Poppy and Sabla back. And Sabla's not with her brother this time.
Thank
so.
goodness, because he dragged her down. I hated it.
Well, now we can see what she does without him again, which is pretty boss. So. Anyway, that's our thoughts on the spin-off material so far. The best one is probably ReVice Legacy for me. Is it ranking it? ReVice Legacy, then probably. I can't comment on the ones that aren't finished yet. So Legacy, then the Mystery, then Chimera so far. Oh, the movie would probably be like second in there, I guess.
We'll find out when it comes out.
I mean, like Beyond Generation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Dear Gaga in there as well. That's fair. Okay, I'm actually done with all the spin-off talk now.
There we go. Overall, as a show, ReVice had some high highs, some low lows.
ReVice is a mixed bag of a writer show if ever there was one.
And I hate the fact that it is. Because I did actually sit there week to week and watch an episode. Because I was enjoying it, you know? Out of the... I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to the Railroad era so far, ReVice is my favorite one. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing or not at this point. But I don't know. Maybe, I guess the highs were enough for me to like truly like ReVice in comparison to the other seasons. That's just so my score for ReVice, solid 8. Last time it was like a 9. I was like, yeah, 9. No, 8, 7.5 to an 8.
Okay.
Because like the lows and the weekends just that they weren't enough. They were enough to bring it down so far. So, yeah,
Okay. For me, ReVice is a mixed bag. When it's on fire, it is on fire. It's some really great writer stuff. But when it's not, it is just missing. It has just dropped the ball, and it has not been able to find it for weeks.
Looking at you, dog. Looking at you.
Looking at you. I will, of just the Reiwa era, of the 3 that we have so far from the Reiwa era, it is my least favorite. That's just because I really love Saber, and I just thought 01 was better. As for where I compare it to like the rest of the Riotcast, I put it around like Build. There's a lot of this show that reminds me of Builds, my feelings wise.
It really is. I felt I was watching Build 2.0 in a lot of ways, and that isn't unfortunately that good a thing. At least for me.
I will say, I've been juggling whether or not I put it higher or lower than Build for me.
GG Echo.
I think just. I think either way, I give it. If I'm not going into like exact decimal points, I give it a 7.
Echo, you fine with calling a day like this?
I think for now, I will put ReVice higher than Builds. For now, but that might change in like a couple days or a week.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how I feel. Like I felt very buildy, even early on, where it's kind of like okay, things are happening, but then things start happening in a hurry, and it's like okay, how are they going to do anything with this? And then the show just completely loses its mind, and there's no idea what to do. And then has a relatively strong ending. Like I'd say, Build's ending is stronger. But
I
like,
do think Bill's ending is stronger, but
yeah, but like the beginning of ReVice, like the first 15 to 25 episodes felt stronger than Build's first half for me at least.
I'll
So
agree with that.
I do like it better than Build.
And then even after that, in like the middle, there are a couple of like shining star
Yeah.
points
Yeah,
of like
which
really
Build
good writer and ReVice,
didn't
which
have.
I don't feel, which wasn't really there in Bill.
Like, I like Grease. I think Grease is cool, but he does not. There's nothing he does that makes up for what's going on at that point in time in Build.
He is no Hiromi, unfortunately.
Yes.
I just can't compare it to anything he say. I don't know. Maybe that's just where my mind is at.
That's fine.
I'm currently just seeing Reiwa for Reiwa right now.
It's all good, but we will compare it for you. You don't have to do that.
But if you compare it for me, that's not me though. That's you.
Well, Echo, aren't you part of the nanomachine cloud?
I hate you. Oh.
All right. Frag, do you have a number you want to give it, or
No, not
you're just
really.
gonna leave your thoughts? Okay.
I guess if I have to give it a number, it's probably like a 6.5.
You don't have to.
6.5
Okay.
if you 7. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
don't have to.
Like it's not bad. I did wind up having a few moments of genuine enjoyment, but a lot of it just felt like missed opportunities where it could have just
Kamen Rider
so many
ReVice,
cool things it
missed
could have done.
opportunity to show.
Yeah.
I will say this is the first moment I think since, because I really didn't like the whole Daiji arc. This is probably the first moment since like Ghost that I've been actively angry with what's been going on in a writer show. So, but
Yeah,
I didn't
Ghost-
like.
Ghost is
I didn't like hate it, but
Frag, with comparison to the rest of the Reiwa, what do you think?
Honestly, I thought it was a fairly strong Reiwa entry. I think all of the Reiwa shows until ReVice have at least done some, other than Zio, have done something stronger than ReVice did, but they're all kind of wildly inconsistent. Fingers crossed for Geats.
Yeah,
To change that
I'm going in there with Geats with low expectations. Episode
I-
1 was good though.
Yeah,
Okay,
first
good.
episode was almost indecently good and has me, in fact, very worried about the rest of the show. Because I'm like, wow, that's a really strong first episode. Don't let me down.
Keeping
But maybe-
expectations low, because that's how it was with ReVice. That's probably why I enjoyed it more than I should.
Yeah, I think I talked to some of the wrong people outside of this group who were like, "Oh man, ReVice goes nutty. It's going to be really good." And then like halfway through they got really soured on it. And I was like, "Yeah, this is kind of where I was at before, but yeah, it definitely did not improve."
Yeah, that's why I said just keep your expectations low going in, and then just see how it goes from there. That way you're like, I guess for me that's like, I don't know, bias took over crazy once because I was enjoying the life week to week. So maybe that's just,
I just because I'm the avid Saber defender, so not nearly as good as Saber.
see,
Uh,
see, and that's the weird part. I was not a fan of Saber. It's a high, and I think we're on the opposite track here now, though.
I know it keeps happening with us,
It's
doesn't it? I don't know how we keep doing this.
Weird. Maybe it's just because
Well-
the Igarashi family as a whole just like really sells.
And again, I like them too. It's just
I don't know.
it's not enough to save the show for me.
And that's fair. Completely fair point. That's how we do it on the show.
All right.
Alright, so that wraps up the ReVice.
If one of these days, hopefully Geats will be the one where we finally agree, Echo. Where we finally wholeheartedly agree on a show. We shall see.
We agreed on Ultra.
Do we?
We agreed on Trigger.
We didn't agree on Zed though.
No, we did not agree on Zed. We agreed on Trigger.
Well, to be fair, Zed is a hot mess. Like,
yeah.
like it's got some actually.
Okay.
ReVice is the Zed.
good hot mess.
Not ReVice being the Zed of Kamen Rider.
ReVice is the
what?
Zed.
This
That-
one biased
that
guy
explains
still
so
here.
You know what?
Like,
I will
explains-
when it
die
has
to
a
fail.
strong moment, it has a ridiculously
that
strong moment.
explains
The
so
rest of the
much
time,
why I
you're
like
just
it.
like, what the fuck
No,
are you
no.
doing?
No, putting it that way, that explains why I like it. Because I like Zed. Because it was fun. See, that makes sense. It all makes sense. Full circle. Thanks, Ultraman Zed. You made ReVice for me. Hated you. God.
I don't even hate ReVice. I don't hate ReVice as much as I hate Zed, but
How can you hate Zed? Like, there's not enough there to hate.
Done.
that's why I hate it.
I knew you.
How
my
can
enemy.
you? How
Hold
can
on,
you
hold
not
on,
have
hold on,
anything?
hold on.
I
left?
hate
How
the
can you
lack
have-
of stuff that is there to hate.
See?
How
We'll
can
get-
you have more
get
than
to
like
that. We'll get to that.
mild-mannered apathy?
We'll get to that next week. Thank you for
I always
When
knew
we
it.
talk
Done.
about
I always
Dicker,
knew you my
you
destined
empty
like
shit.
goddamn arch nemesis.
Yeah, we've been going for too long. Way too long.
Wait, well, you should have expected this. We're talking about it was the ReVice retrospective.
No,
I
because
mean,
I let y'all talk. Y'all talked me into talking about Decker when I didn't want to.
Well, good night.
You and
Guys.
Blaze. You and
well,
Blaze.
we're
God dang it.
I get that, but
I'm running.
Don't worry. I don't blame you guys.
I'm still saying. Besides, it's Labor Day tomorrow.
Yeah,
Like,
everybody get some sleep. All right, well, thank you for watching.
Echo,
episode.
I need one match from you before I sleep.
Yeah.
Just one.
Fine. Well, thank you for watching episode 3. See you later, ReVice. Hopefully, Geeks
see you later.
doesn't make me sad.
So I'm not going to be able to do the Kamen Rider Shifu. Only because they just did an update to Shifu that ruins like half of the mod functionality. Like
Oh,
the
no.
models are there, but the guy does a bunch of gameplay updates that like have rider kicks and stuff.
Oh.
So
You gotta put on
or
an older
and
build?
like some brawler stuff that looks pretty legit. So like I'm talking to a guy on the unofficial Discord. And he's like, okay, I can show you how to fix this. And I'm like, okay, talk to me later. Sleep.
And you've just been doing that this entire time while
In
we
the
were talking
background.
about ReVice.
In the background, yes. I have priorities, man. I have priorities.
There you go.
Very strong priorities.
That's fine. That's completely. I just like this image of you just like having like 3 different you multitasking on not only playing with the Gundam too. You're also playing Gundam, also talking to a different guy on Discord and talking to us for the podcast.
Well, typing to the guy on Discord, but yeah.
Well, obviously you weren't verbally talking, but yeah. Your brain was still active in like 3 separate functions there. That's some multitasking, dude.
When Fudo PI ends, we're gonna do a double. We're gonna do a thing for double.
I'm okay with doing a big Fudo PI thing. It's only like how many episodes is it getting before first season? Just
Do not know. But I can say like because Fudo PI is common.
it does.
That's not
But
my
I kind of don't. I'll be honest. I kind of don't want to do like complete like weekly recaps like we do with the rest of Superhero Time because one, it's like it's legally available. You don't need to pirate it.
Oh yeah. But I want to talk.
And
Plus, I don't
2,
really
it's
go into like detail. I'm just like.
Oh
it
right,
covers
I
this
have
chapter.
to pre-order Gavan. Thank you for reminding me.
There you go.
When is
Oh,
Kuga out?
It's supposed to come out this month.
Okay.
Actually, because Kuga and Five Man were supposed to come out at the same time. And I actually have the Five Man DVD in my hand right now. So
Oh, sick.
Alright, let me end the podcast. Catch you guys
Um,
next week, and it's not gonna be as long. I promise.
It's not gonna be.
well, of
what?
course, we don't have an entire show to review. So
Fair enough.
We should have just skipped all the preamble and gone right to that, I guess.
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
fine. We
Wes
can have a
is-
long
Wes
one
is
every now
learning
and
for
then.
this one.
I
Can't
need sleep, dude. Like